So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps talking, and we should stop talking, but we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now I just be breathing, doing nothing, I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now I just be breathing, doing nothing, I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy.
secrets, no secrets. I know you're scared sometimes, don't know if you're wrong or right. You've been doing things you never thought you'd do. Taking it day by day, it seems like you lost your way. Even when you win, it still feels like you lose. I wish that you could see what I see. Your soul is stronger than what you need. Secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets, secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets. No secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets, secrets, no secrets, no secrets, no secrets, secrets, no secrets, no secrets.
I'm a wall of danger, and I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. I'm not of the mayhem. I would chase 100 more highs to trade them. In it for chaos I'm creating. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
to the sound, like a promise in the wind. Will you find a rainbow end? Can you keep the pace, my friend? Running down the road, running down the road, following a shooting star in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're looking for bigger action, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're on the chain reaction, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. Oh, oh, oh. All days, all you had. Go on, don't turn around. Welcome to a brave new world. Or rather, where you're bound. Running down the road, running down the road, following a shooting star in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're looking for bigger action, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're on the chain reaction, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, a try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. Cause I felt this world without you, I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow. And I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way.
feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, higher the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. Yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
You got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Let's stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing
and welcome to the Esports World Cup qualifiers, closed qualifiers at this point for Europe, as the competition has reached an absolute melting point, Vince. And we're strapped in for it, mate. It should be an absolute treat, Vince. 2 days of competition because there's limited spots available. Everyone's clamoring for them. And out of all of the teams that were competing from Open, we've only got 4 of them left in the competition now.
Yeah, we're in this strange sort of post-major blues position for a lot of teams as well, where even though, you know, some may have done really well at the major, some may have been left out of the major, it's kind of all that's in the back of your mind now. It no longer matters, as harsh as it sounds. It's all about the here and now. It's all about the grind. Can you make it to these next tier, top tier events? And that's what both BetBoom is going to be looking for alongside Eternal Fire, of course, 2 teams that we'll be covering today, but obviously, Jackie, they're not the only 2 teams that we'll be covering today, potentially.
No, a lot of excitement because we've actually got a bit of a surprise on store for you in terms of Cloud9's newer roster. It's not their new full fifth, Vince. We didn't have that kind of confirmed, I imagine, with the transfer from Electronic moving on to VP. You've got to figure out what they're going to do, right? Who's the prospect? Who's in the crosshairs for them to try and steal away? So at the minute, they're fielding a substitute. It seems like basically whoever was left over from Sprout following the closure of the organization, we've seen a few of those players sort of sliding around and substituting in places. Let's get into that bracket. We'll check it out and we'll give you an overall idea of what we're working with today for the closed qualifiers. Up top, you've got the semi-finals. That's where we are right now. Cloud9 up against Sashi, of course. That's C9 with the substitute minus Electronic. And then the game down the bottom there, BetBoom taking on Eternal Fire. 2 very different teams, Vince, in consideration between that one. You think about Eternal Fire's run at the major, the way they were looking. BetBoom, obviously a bit more shaky in recent times. It's an interesting one, but it's the game we're going to start with.
It certainly is. It's a game where you kind of come into it thinking, on paper at least, Eternal Fire should be the favourites. Obviously, they got through to the quarterfinals of the major. BetBoom weren't there after a couple of disappointing results on the lead up to obviously the RMRs and the RMRs themselves. But I always wonder, sort of like in this couple of month period after a major, are teams that have excelled able to keep that pace? Are they able to keep it going? Because we talked about this at length. The major buff is real. You know, like you saw Major just being an absolute menace, a complete beast. Probably some of the best performances I can remember seeing in his entire career. Zantara's was phenomenal as well. But now that the major's done, are you still going to be playing at that level? Because if you do, I mean, Eternal Fire, if we're being honest, should probably cruise through this bracket and win the whole thing. But there's always that element of uncertainty. And this is a team that has gone hot and cold quite a lot in the past. They've had tournaments where they've done really well, and then they actually just end up dropping off the edge of a cliff for a couple of tournaments. Very inconsistent and hard to really know what to expect from this squad.
It's true, it's true. It's interesting as well, right? Because obviously kind of back in the day, the narrative with the core of this team when it was Space Soldiers was always that they performed really well online, but then when it came to LAN, things sort of fell off. Now with Eternal Fire, they're living the movie on LAN. They kind of like got all the pieces together, Vince. They've collected the Infinity Gauntlet gems of the Turkish Counter-Strike scene and have a really solid roster that looks like it can deal a ton of damage. But you're right, what's the form looking like following a major? You've had 2 weeks, you know, you're calming down a little bit, grooving back into your games. Maybe had a small period of time where they just sort of relished in it. Now you're back into focus, back into the grind, of course. And this is a big one. This is a qualifier that you want to find your way through because you're in a position where it is actually a gauntlet, but a doable gauntlet. Like you say, they're probably the best team here, pound for my money, Vince. I think they're in a position where as long as they show up and play some great CS, Eternal Fire should be in a spot to make it out of closed in a really good standing here and take some names. But of course, flip side to that is there any weakness? Are we going to see a fight back? BetBoom have been causing upsets. They had a few upsets even to make it to this point, Vince. So who's to say they can't do it?
No, it's a very good point that you raise. I think BetBoom, when you look at their squads, it is a star-studded sort of lineup from the Russian scene. Like, you know, they're not quite hitting the same heights as, you know, your Spirits and your Cloud9s and these kinds of teams, but they've just been chugging along under the surface. I will say, though, although they have been causing some upsets, they're a team that sometimes will lose against, like, tier 3, tier 4 teams that they have no right losing against. And inconsistency is certainly a thing with Nafani and some of those calls. Obviously, it's a far cry from his Cloud9 days alongside Shiro and Axel, where they were kind of dominating for large parts. I think it's safe to say, and this is no disrespect, and I'm sure he can bounce back from this, but things haven't gone as well as he's hoping for since that Cloud9 departure. So this is a chance, though. This is a great opportunity for him to get across there. If they beat Eternal Fire, they've got a great chance of winning the whole thing. Obviously, Cloud9 are wounded right now. They lost Electronic to VP. That's a massive piece of that puzzle that's gone with him. So I think there's a real chance for BetBoom to do a lot here and do a lot of damage.
No, definitely. I mean, they're probably going to take that in their stride every day, right? Sort of knowing that the announcement there for Electronics transfer came out then. It's helped them out a little bit and made it easier. So we'll see if they can take down the weakened Cloud9. We can speculate a little bit about what we're doing with this one in terms of the overall map pool as well and where it's going to be going, because that's another factor that could affect it. More so for me, I'm thinking some of the performances we had seen from BetBoom. I was praising them originally with some of their Anubis games. Vince, it seemed like the strategy was really there. It was super drilled. More so towards the RMR qualifiers, though. That's where things look super sloppy. We covered quite a few of their games for BetBoom, and something was going wrong. Their Anubis definitely had some weakness to it. T-side was looking really sloppy. So we'll see how that's going to be shaping up. We do have the Vita here, actually, that we can have a bit of a look through. Up first and foremost, it seems like we are going to be starting things off with Mirage, moving into a Vertigo pick. And then if we need it as a decider, we do have Anubis there. So makes it through as the last one on the docket. All down to Mirage as an opener then. That's the pick of BetBoom, Vince.
Yeah, it's a map that both teams do play, but BetBoom have a much better win percentage on it. 72% after 18 maps played, whereas Eternal 5 only played it the 5 times. They've actually got 40% win rate on that one. But when you do look at the teams that they're playing against, you know, it's Na'Vi, it's Heroic, it's, you know, also BetBoom. They did play against BetBoom a couple months ago. They did lose it 13-7, so there's a bit of revenge perhaps on the cards as well. The insta-bans for both teams were Inferno and Ancient, so this has gone around the way I'd expect, honestly. I think it had a fairly straightforward trajectory. Mirage up first, though. That could be a real interesting one, because I think if BetBoom do get the upper hand and win that, they have a real good chance of actually 2-0ing the series.
It's a bit of a springboard for them, isn't it? It is one where you could definitely come out swinging. Then you're pondering more sort of how Vertigo is going to be looking for Eternal Fire. Man, it's going to be a bit of a scrappy series. I think having a look at the way this shapes up just with the maps, I think Eternal Fire, you're going to be coming into this one, you know, you're puffing your chest out a little bit, Vince. You're feeling like you should be the top dogs. But this is going to be a scrap. Both of these teams are in a position where, with what we've got here in terms of the maps, I think this could be relatively close. Might even be room for a free mapper on our hands with it, but we'll see how it goes. We'll start with the basics. We'll stick to the present, of course. Like you said, it is going to be Mirage that opens up first. Man, I just wonder what the form's looking like for the boys on Eternal Fire as well in terms of the individuals, right? Because Wakardia felt like he was just flying through the ranks, Vince. You think about his sort of rise in terms of, you know, domestically in the scene to where he is now as well, with the stats he was putting up at the major, how he was looking in terms of sort of just taking the whole experience on the chin and not letting it phase him. This is a far calmer environment in the sense that at least he's in his own home. He's in a controlled environment now as well. And he played some mean CS online, some of the qualifiers we'd seen before. So I think he could actually be a big piece of the puzzle here. You combo that with the behind-the-scenes element of Eternal Fire that's really interesting as well. There was a few interviews that came out with Fabre, the coach, and it's super cool to see sort of how Major and Fabre bounce ideas off each other, the sort of respect system they've got in this team. Honestly, Vince, it just feels like this is the best iteration of Eternal Fire in terms of, you know, that core three, and now what they've figured out with Woxic, Wakardia, the coaching staff as well. It's all kind of come together for the first time in a very long time when you think about sort of what the 11 years of them trying to make it work with Space Soldiers floating different players. Now we are sort of in the era of they figured it out. How far do they go?
Yeah, I think it would be looking back to Space Soldiers when they had Paz and Engine in the roster as well. I firmly just have these amazing memories of casting them in like 2016, 2017 on like Cobblestone. And Paz was just this monster on the cannons. Like I always have that flashback where he gets doubles and triples. A Far Cry a long time ago now. Rest in peace, Cobblestone. You are missed. But yeah, I mean, this is probably the best iteration of a Turkish team that we've seen in a long time, as you said. Like I'm just pretty much gonna echo what you said there. I think Xantares is hitting peak form at like the perfect position as well. But it's the same situation though, man. Like, it's one thing to do it at major where there's loads of things on the line. Can you do it online? Can you do it when there's less pressure? Sometimes the pressure actually brings the best out of players.
Well, yeah, you rise to the occasion, right? You want to put your best foot forward and sort of lead by example in those moments. So we'll see. We'll see how it affects them. But that is going to be our opening game. We've sort of sown some seeds there. We've given you some ideas of what might be happening on the server. But until everyone's ready, we're going to take a bit of a brief break. We'll be back on your screens in a few moments to kick off our opening game here between Eternal Fire and BetBoom. We'll see you in a sec.
It's setting all my doubts on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't let a moment pass me by. Too late, can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Ooh, morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. Ooh, but I know it's the price that you pay. Ooh, for living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Every time that it takes, feeling this great is worth the wait. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Stay here this time. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. Always on my. The stars align. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. You're 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 always on my. You're always on my. You're always on my mind. Slow down this ride. Speed up this high. You are always on my mind. Always on my. I will this time show you a sign. You are always on my mind. You're 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 always on my. You're always on my. You're always on my mind. Stay here this time. Show me a sign.
And welcome back. We are almost ready to kick off our opening game of the day here for the EU closed qualifier. And it's a pretty tantalizing one. If you missed the pre-game a few moments ago, we took a brief break to get everyone set up, and we're nearing that point. We can slip into things. And Vince, it should be a pretty good day overall. I know we set the scene of what we're thinking in terms of Eternal Fire, how this game could potentially go, BetBoom obviously being on the back foot, but there's a lot more in store for us as well over the course of the whole day, of course. Even potentially when you start thinking about tomorrow, if we get a few upsets here, with it being a pretty ruthless format in terms of, you don't have that much room for error, right? You kind of suffer 2 losses, basically double a limb. That's it. You run's over. There's only 4 teams. The opportunity for one of them to progress, right? You've got the 2 direct invites for Cloud9 Eternal Fire. Well, that's where it gets interesting with Cloud9. Like we were saying before, you're playing with a substitute. You're coming in potentially with the old sea legs. You're going to be a bit shaky. A lot of little details sewn into this one. And a lot to dissect, Vince. But we'll kick it off where we will. We'll start it off here. Of course, first map is Mirage between Eternal Fire and their opposition. What are you thinking about this one, Vince? First map, raw thoughts going into it, strong gut feeling in terms of performances, players to watch. What do you reckon we're going to be seeing here on Mirage, mate?
I feel like Eternal Fire should be the heavy favourites to not just win Mirage, but I mean, if we're being honest, the entire series, right? Like, we are putting the caveats in, like, can they continue that form over from the Major? Major himself, the player that is, it's a bit confusing, did have kind of this amazing performance. He had an interview where he said, against VP in their qualification game, I just woke up and realised my teammates weren't feeling it, so I watched like 6 demos and I just carried myself. And it's like, that's awesome. But for a Major, it's understandable why you can shift to that next gear. Can you do it online? That's the question for me, Jackie. What we do know, though, is in the RMRs, they played each other. It was a very straightforward 2-0 win for Eternal Fire, 13-7 on Mirage, and 13-1 on Vertigo. So the 2 maps that we're playing today, Eternal Fire wrecked BetBoom the last time they played each other. But you think that BetBoom have done some work. They've gone back to the drawing board since then, surely.
Well, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. It's also the internal experience you're going to be gathering, even just through the run through this qualifier alone, right? It was relatively stacked. You think about all the names back in the open portion that was played out over the course of the past few days. Hundreds of teams, Vince. Everyone was coming out. Heroic got slaughtered on the way through. Endpoint couldn't make it. So many teams that were trying their best were defeated the whole way along. BetBoom did not fall to the wayside. They made it here alongside Sashi to meet the 2 direct invited teams. But we can move on. It's time for the Oasis itself. Mirage kicks off. Eternal Fire taking on BetBoom, Vince, with Eternal Fire on the CT side to start, and the main man Major jump spotting towards B to get the info.
He sees a litany of BetBoom players running towards him, but it's Magno Jez straight out through with the opening pick, claiming first blood, and BetBoom aren't slowing down after that. Siren carves a path through Calyx, post-plant in, and already Eternal Fire in a bit of trouble.
Down numbers. Ricardia, though, we spoke about his impact previously. He's going to have to go above and beyond in a spot like this. Dooley's in his hands, finds the first head, but it's the instantaneous trade. And for Xantares, your days are numbered, mate. Not a lot you can get done here, really. They're not going to give you the fights, and he knows it. Time ticking away, looks for the fadeaway shots, but he's got to get out of there, Vince. Opening rounds going BetBoom's side, and that's a pistol that you're going to be very happy to take to the bank.
Yeah, it's a huge start. Nothing too significant, nothing too, flamboyant. It's just a straight up B rush. Perfect strat to kick things off. And Xantares may not live to tell the tale. Nafani cuts him down before he can rotate back to T-spawn. So BetBoom allowing no survivors, no prisoners taken, no quarter given. But Eternal Fire will go straight back in with a buy. Woxic on the scout and 4 MP9s. Now, we were discussing before about how Xantares and Wakadia in particular were beasts at the Major. Woxic was a little bit off. I have to say, overall, he had some good performances, a couple of standouts here and there, but consistency-wise, not quite there. So I'll be curious to see how he can fend off today and how he's going to perform with the AWP and the scouts in his hands.
Yeah, get that initial eye test. See what it's shaping up like. Bit of a cheeky buy, isn't it? The investment here for Eternal Fire, looking to clap back straight away. So you get the 4 MP9s donned, armor across the board as well. Stick on a scout. If you can land a few tags, soften them up. You could definitely convert with those SMGs on the close angles. That's what they're looking for. Splash damage, basically. Looking for the peek down towards connector. Head gets ripped off. The Zantares is at least equalized, making it somewhat expensive, Vince, but probably not as much as they would have liked until Zantares pulls up. And now this looks pretty punishing. You can flip this whole round on its head, and you're going to make a ton of money off the back of it. It's down to Mango Jez, who goes for the first flick, but Calyx denies, and it will go 1-1 off the back then. So the MP9's paying off.
That's always the scary position you find yourself in the T side against that force buy. And Eternal Fire, they love to get aggressive. Across the entire board, everybody is more than happy to roll their sleeves up and get dirty, get in your face with those SMGs. And they've walked straight into the trap. The tables turn around. It's now Galil's AKs, M4s, and a FNAS in the hands of Eternal Fire. And it's their turn to try and repel the push, but it's going to be a lot more difficult on BetBoom's team. They only have 2 smokes, 1 molly, 2 flashes. And they were eyeing up a potential B push, but Wakadia has spotted them. HE up and over with the flashbang. Flashes are good in return, but the double stack should be enough to deal with these Ts. They're also isolated, now starting to make moves through. MagnoJez stuck on the van. His Shadow's going to tray him momentarily, but they still get the running headshot on Wakadia.
Oh, Woxic with the readjustment timing there. Spams him down to 5 HP. These shows his presence. That's 3 players looking for the retake round through the shop side as well, with Major a little bit paranoid about a potential flank towards mid, and he'd be right. I don't know if he's going to have the read on this exactly though. Is Chiron. He's played this card perfectly. Ooh, Spider Sense is tingling for Major. He re-peeks the tag. Meanwhile, Calamity on the bomb site as everyone's falling down. And BetBoom straight back in. Brute force their way in towards B, Vince, and win it out on the retake. They repel the assault. And there's nothing that could be done for Eternal Fire. Best case scenario, you get 2 weapons saved. Worst case scenario, Major gets clapped on the push up from the rest of the squad on the exit here.
Yeah, that's a really grim turn of events. I mean, Eternal Fire, they had Wakadia, they had the double stack from Catwalk. That's normally with 2 Galils or any kind of rifles at that sort of range is just easy pickings. You're expecting 1 or 2 casualties on the push for the Ts. Maybe you can brute force a bomb plant down, but that's where the CTs come in, get the janitorial mop and bucket out and just sweep you away. Eternal Fire, though, taking that Tech 9 run and gun headshot from MagnoJez, it's just so huge. And it's like, well, whatever you can do, we can do better. Just this back and forth economic game of chicken. It's now Eternal Fire back into a force buy. It's them with those 2 saved weapons, but Zantares splattered instantly from Chiron's Galil.
And that's a man that you want to keep down early if you can. Zantares, of course, if he feeds that hot hand, if he gets on a roll into the game early on, same for Wakadia, it feels like it's so hard to slow them down. So keeping them in check at least. In BetBoom, a bit more methodical. Thought out in terms of the approach into this round. You take deep mid control, smoke off the choke points, mid window and connector completely blocked. You're setting your focus on the late play towards B potentially here. With the bomb making its move out through the apartments. Major's on deck. Now, you've got 3 players on the site. There's room to work with on this one. They go for the boost up. Cardia trying to play for the late round. Oh, Major spams a bit though, Vince. It's not looking good. 50 seconds, here comes the execute.
His life. Calyx tries to make, can only post up 1, but now Wakadia trying around the smoke. Oh, he's got 2. The youngster continuing that vein of form. Had a slow start, but he's picked up multiple in this round. And now Woxic has a chance to get involved with his MP9. He's slowly wrapping around the B-app side, but now they're going to trade positions. Galil has been traded up, but BetBoom just get the hell out of there. They're scared of Wakadia, even on 7 HP. He's forced them away back over onto the A side, but Nafani, a cerebral assassin with the M4, cuts him down on the approach. And now 20 seconds, Woxic has his work cut out for him. May have the element of surprise here, Jackie. Maybe bags himself 1, but the MP9 at this mid to long range is going to struggle against these 2 rifles.
Time ticking as well. And that's a rough reface. Chiron with the read, spots towards the site, finds him instantly. Very limited opportunities for him to win the round, but that's one way to shut it down instantly before any issues occur. And BetBoom, they've course corrected the sinking ship basically immediately. Now leading the game by 2 rounds in a pretty good position, building a bit of cash as well. Looking a whole lot better than what I effectively thought was going to turn into maybe some eco wars, a bit of back and forth scrapping between these two teams with the upset round of Eternal Fire investing into those MP9s. But no, not here. You've been able to weather it. Now it's basically just pistols as well. You've got USPs, Deagles in commotion for Eternal Fire. Heavy stack. They've gone for the gamble at least, Vince, towards the A site, and they've read it right. Just depends if they can hit their shots on the push or if BetBoom clean up. Okay, they certainly can hit their shots.
And Wakani is a real revelation over these last few months. Like this guy is the real deal for sure. And although the cards will come down, it's at the cost of a couple of lives, and that's better than they probably could have hoped for. Even with a gamble stack onto the site, Major with a picked up MP9 or the MAC-10, pardon me, is just going to be another soul collected by MagnoJez on his rifle. 188 ADR, by the way, to that man, and 9-3. He's had one hell of an opening few rounds. And Eternal Fire on the back foot. And I guess that's always the other thing as well. Like a lull after the major, you never quite know how the teams are kind of coming into this, whether they've got a bit of ring rust, you know, they haven't really played for the last few weeks, haven't been active. Sometimes it can be slow to start. This is a perfect time for BetBoom to keep them down, keep that economy buried, and pick up a head of steam on this T side. But it is going to be up against rifles now.
It's also probably the worst team to go up against, if that is true as well. Because you think about BetBoom, right? They're one of those grinding teams. They feel like they're playing everything. They're always trying to compete, always trying to keep themselves busy. Some of the hours they put in. Into this round, at least, the picks are relatively clean. There's been nothing from Eternal Fire to clap back against BetBoom. Each and every one of them thought should be cleared towards CT as well, and it's Siren that spots him. Signed, sealed, and delivered. 5 rounds in the back pocket already. Looking pretty damn good on their T side. They're coming out flexing here. And obviously this is the question, Vince, right? It does look like BetBoom, at least for the minute, giving us a little bit more to be excited about it in terms of the firepower. But of course, as you said, a lot of that is just coming from this main man. MagnoJez popping off, looking really smooth on the server at the minute. He's got 11 frags to his name. I want to see the rest of the boys coming alive as well. I feel like Chiron's someone that can usually pack a big punch in this team. A little bit inconsistent at times with so much firepower in him. Young player as well. Good optics for the future. He's got his eyes on the prize on this one. But it's just a tag. Info at least, but very limited. Response on the extremity for what's it. He pushes in and gets popped.
Another rough buy on Eternal Fire. It's like we just haven't been able to really stabilize because of this back and forth eco war that we've seen and force buys. Woxic 0-7 with 31 ADR. Hasn't had a chance to use an AWP yet. He's had a scout. He's had SMGs. He's even had a rifle. But not quite the AWP. That's where maybe their fortunes will start to turn around. Zantara's a bit of an off angle with his Julie's. Crosshair trained to head height. Should MagnoJez decide to push in, could be at the cost of his life. And you were mentioning there about Chiron. Another player for me is Siren. Obviously, Zorti being the AWPer, you're always expecting some level of aggression and some level of consistency from him. But Siren is a real capable rifler in his own right. I mean, this BetBoom team, on paper, you know, I think that they've definitely underperformed compared to the kind of heights that we were expecting when it first started to take shape. And maybe this is the beginning of something special for them. It's the beginning of a 6-1 lead. Eternal Fire going to have no part to play in this post plant. They have no kit, they have no nades. They just want to hold on to what they have. Pretty grim task though, considering it's going to be a 6-1. But Woxic will have an AWP coming through with hefty round loss bonus. Question for me, Jackie, is can he do anything with it though? It's been a very slow start.
0 for 7. Never what you want. Almost feels like you're kind of stuck in the mud, man. You know, when you're an AWPer like that, you can't flex your muscles, can't flex the game. You got to have that ego, you got to have that confidence. So being able to at least hit a few shots, warm yourself back into the game, it can make a lot of difference for an AWPer in that kind of position. He will pick up the weapon, and I like this at least, Vince. This is cool to see, man, especially in online qualifiers as well. One of the issues that we've run in time and time again when we've commentated stuff like this, Vince, is you see teams that kind of tunnel vision. They get locked into the action, right, where they fail to use those pauses. You've got them for a reason, and I love this. At this point, effectively, you know, you've lost those buy rounds. You're in a spot where, yeah, as much as you can sit in the team speak and keep telling each other, hey guys, look, it's down to like 1v2s. You know, we nearly won that retake. Maybe we'll get it next time. Keep going. This is the point where you've got a full buyout, take the pause, pause, figure out what you want to do, drill yourselves back in, and start to mount a comeback now. Because obviously this first half is slipping away pretty rapidly, Vince.
Oh, blinking, it'll be sort of a 11-1, 10-2 scoreline. Absolutely. You know, Eternal Fire, they can't take their finger off the pulse here. They've got to get themselves back into this. They have the pieces that they would require. Pretty much everyone has everything they could possibly need. And so at this point, sure, it's just the one kit. You'd imagine that Eternal Fire are going to play around that accordingly. Xantares had a first few rounds that were stellar. He is slowed down considerably. Woxic we've already touched on. It's really been Wakadia that's shown signs of life here in amongst a pretty grim opener. But that can quickly turn around. Eternal Fire, certainly a momentum-based team, but it's going to be Wakadia that's going to have to be tested one more time as Molly's being exchanged up on the B-apps.
Information drought toying with Eternal Fire at this point. Minute on the clock. Play one card towards the B site. Show that presence. Make them think it's going to be a late play. And then you leave the lurker waiting outside in Siren just in case. They do get a bit aggressive. Mid-window smoke's going to be going up as well. Response for a major. He gets the nade in towards underpass. That's connector blocked off. So here's your mid control off the back of the flashbangs. Nafany looking to try and take this and squeeze it out of the hands of Eternal Fire. Not looking good though. He's cooked. Falls to major. Meanwhile, back at the B site, this is Siren's main play. He wants to draw the rotate, sell the idea that it is still a B hit, but they aren't biting, Vince. And here comes the bomb out towards A. Woxic hits the shot, the snipe shuts down the first. Calyx hits as well, and it's all going wrong. Calyx with a flick up, wall bang goodbye. Splits him more like a mango on that one. And it's all down to Siren. Good damage on the first at least, but your days are numbered, mate. 20 HP, 8 seconds on the clock, Vince. He's got to give it up.
Yeah, she's going to save that AK. But Wakadia may deny him of that luxury. It is at least a second before the end of time, so his money's going to tick forward. Let's be honest, they got tons of cash anyway. And cry into those dollar bills after that loss. But at least signs of life on the side of Eternal Fire. Woxic's got his first kill. You see Wakadia again having impact. Calyx is performing well, just shy of 100 ADR. And they've also traded up to a couple of AK-47s. So that last round, much better from Eternal Fire. But that has to be the start of many. They cannot allow themselves to fall into a lackadaisical approach here, otherwise BetBoom will punish them, and this can quickly get out of control again. Early Molotovs tossed in, as ever, from Wakadia. It did stop an early bit of aggression there. They decided to pincer down into underpass instead, and Xantares needs to be very careful. Molotov tossed in. They can hear the burning, the embers, as Major and Xantares both pitch in for one and repel the push.
Here we go. This is confidence that we needed to see. It was lacking. We're playing passive, playing defense, and that hasn't been working. Eternal Fire, what they're known for, but it is that fire, it's that fight, it's that ability to get back into a game, and they take charge on this one, seizing the initiative. 3 opening frags, only 1 player taken out of their camp. That's going to be Woxic that's fallen. But still, if they make their way through this one, keeping all 4 players alive, you're going to build a bit of bank up. You actually start to back yourselves a little bit. You've got bomb control as well, so no need to over-egg the pudding on this one. Siren's just waiting for a rotate. He's going to lurk around towards connector side. He was hoping with the timing someone would get a bit antsy, walk into his crosshair. He could equalize the situation a little bit, but that doesn't pay off. Now 40 seconds on the clock. Zorte, he's basically just playing possum, Vince. I mean, yeah, you've got the AWP to work with, but 1v4, no chance to recover that bomb. Just clutching on to the big green gun is probably the best case scenario for him, really.
Yeah, and he's the one player that has pretty much no cash left. $600. Everyone else a very comfortable rebuy. So if he can just hold on to this for 15 seconds, that's going to be more than good enough. He's going to be afforded that luxury. You know, Eternal Fire, their money is far from ideal, so they can't afford to throw a few weapons in here and allow Zorti to punish them. That could be a few grenades, maybe a weapon traded down. That could be the difference maker come round 10, which is just around the corner here. So it's going to be a bit of a stalemate. Zorti will hold on to the AWP, an easy, comfortable rebuy across the rest of BetBoom. And Eternal Fire now 2 rounds on the bounce, trading into more rifles. Wakadia replenishing those grenades. And Eternal Fire, I mean, we know that they're a team that can weather the storm. We saw the tenacity multiple times at the major. You know, they were down a lot of times. They always bounced back. They always seemed to find that winning formula to grind their way back in. And let's also be honest. I mean, their one loss they sustained was against Na'Vi, who ended up winning the major. That, of course, in the quarterfinals. So I think a lot of people were expecting to see some fireworks from them in the playoffs. Didn't quite work out. And now they've got to get themselves back into full focus because BetBoom, this is a slower round. They're not being as aggressive in B-apps or through middle. So Eternal Fire being forced back. Molotov's not going to affect Alex.
Oh, he can stay on the angle. MagnoJez hoping that he could break the smoke, catch him off guard with the peak, but Alex still just playing towards the left-hand side, able to weather the storm and hold for now. Issue is they're no longer here. It's just a ruse. They're backing off. The real flame is down towards the B site. Wacardia trapped. Caught at the worst timing as well. No chance to respond. Had the smoke in his hand, but can't extinguish the Molotov in time. It's the issue there, especially with CS2. Takes longer for it to plume and slow down the burning effect from the Molotov, so no chance to save his bacon. And BetBoom are going to take this one. B site looking like it's got a fair amount of weakness to it, Vince. They found some flex in the map control, and they're going to keep on hitting it. These late B site hits, they find their way in. It seems like Major's able to be caught once or twice with some of these maneuvers. Wacardia as well. He was hitting shots previously, but couldn't put the hammer down on that one. And you've won the half out pretty convincingly with how they're playing this at this point. Jez as well, man. If he carries on, this could be a really hot prospect for them. I was having a look in terms of sort of where he's come from, what sort of sensitivity we're looking at as well, Vince. Playing on a relatively low sense, 2.2, 400 CPI, it's nothing too crazy for a rifler, seems pretty consistent with it. His aim's been on point. You can see though, it's very mechanical, sort of the way that he's aiming right now. He's clearing his angles sort of in that robotic style. You always know where you want to pre-fire. Young player though as well, Vince. In 2004, he was born, and he's giving it like an absolute gangster on the server right now with some big dogs. So yeah, but props to MagnoJez with the performance he's had into this first map at least.
Yeah, he's another one of those players that harken from the Team Spirit Academy. Like whoever their scouting guy is, like he's done a phenomenal job when you think of, you know, like the Donk coming up through the ranks and like how much ridiculous impact these players have had. So he joined only a couple weeks ago on the BetBoom squad, officially. So he's not been in for long, and he's having a ton of impact. 15 kills to his Zorti, picking up his fourth, really getting an opportunity onto Centaurus, who gives him a party gift with a HE, but already they're isolating these angles off. Calyx can play around the smoke, it's not ideal. Didn't quite go as far into the CT box they're hoping for, but Calyx gets sprayed down through that smoke, and he will be a goner.
From Xantares, he knew the location off the back of the audio, spamming towards the plant, but the bullets betraying him. They're not going to connect, and it won't deny the bomb going down. So you're looking at a 2 versus 3 on the retake then. Major round towards CT. Wacardia, the rifler, the spear of the team. Can he strike? Time's pretty far ticked at this point as well. You're not looking great in terms of the setup they've got. No kit in their hands. And yeah, they've got to call it. You can't overcommit onto it. You're playing for the exits, looking for the getaway. Wacardia might be able to grab the kit if he gets a free pick here on the get out. He just bails. They need to get away and at least hold on to the weapons. That's the more important piece of the puzzle. Major's going to be low off the back of bomb damage, but he stands strong at least with a weapon. All right, Vince, this is where it gets scary, though. You know, best case scenario right now, we're looking at an Eternal Fire that can have half the rounds BetBoom have been able to establish on their T-side campaign. You're looking at an 8-4 best case. Worst case here, this goes 9-3. BetBoom are really just the driving force behind this game. It feels like they've got all the reads at the minute. We've seen a couple of flash-in-the-pan rounds from Eternal Fire. They're hitting some good shots, but they're inconsistent, Vince. You're not going to win games off that, so it's scary. For a first map, this looks like the dream scenario for BetBoom. When do Eternal Fire wake up? You get onto that T side with the AKs in their hand, they can set the pace of the game a bit, maybe.
These will be the questions that Eternal Fire are having bounce around in the recesses of their mind right now. Is like, how the hell do we secure a fourth and bounce into that second half? A freebie kill onto Xantares is a bit more aggressive. We've seen him occupy mid a couple of times, but that time taking the fight up to top mid, the farm down. That is really only the small part of the problem because Magno's still alive. 16th kill has been punched in from this man in the first half. 19 years of age and just destroying Eternal Fire nearly single-handedly. But now in a 4-on-3, Eternal Fire have a good opportunity to secure it at their 4th round. 3 of those players are on the A side, but now Centaurus is thinking twice of this. He's gone back into Con.
Oh, he's walking out into the site. Clear sandwich first. Wakadia gets the read at least. Silencer won't betray him on that one. S spams into the back. Magno Jez falls. The duo, the veteran, 30 seconds on the clock, looking to scrap their way through this one. Zorte switches off the AWP, going down to the AK, but it's the Tech 9 that decimates the first. Wakadia falls 25 seconds. It's all on the clutch, and they've got to clean it up here.
Zorti's in a wide swing, but gets repelled by Centaurus, and now Chiron out into the open on 9 HP is a goner. We'll find out if Eternal Fire can bounce back after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone. Following the scenes of the first half, we rejoin the action here. Eternal Fire now on the T side. 4 rounds is all they were able to muster. Meanwhile, BetBoom were Metro booming, Vince. The baseline was felt all throughout the server as they finished that one off with 8 rounds under the belt and come out swinging, looking for a pistol here on their CT side.
Yeah, it was an incredible half, honestly, all things considered from BetBoom. They were just toying with Eternal Fire, who couldn't seem to get started. And I was looking at the stats, Jack, and it's a bit of a bleak picture. Because typically, Eternal Fire are much better on the CT side with 53% win rate and only 42% win rate on their T half. So this, theoretically, the weaker half of the two. And they're also up against a significant threat in the form of Magno, who's going to just carve a path through Calyx. It's nothing but headshots delivered first class by BetBoom. And just like that, the round's done. And maybe some of the hopes and prayers for Eternal Fire go with it here on Mirage. It's still fairly early days. We saw what happened in the second round in that first half with a force spy coming straight back. But the problem is that Eternal Fire did not get a post plant. Their options are very grim.
It feels like the pressure is just mounting. Longer and longer this game goes on. It gets so hard now. I mean, Eternal Fire, they're no stranger to comebacks. They love hard games. They love trying to scrap their way through into the second half, but this is going to be really damaging for you. Even just losing both of those pistols alone is enough to tip the balance in most of these matchups. Go for the run boost mid-control. Just draw the crosshair off the angle, make it harder to hit the first man, so the follow-up can deal some damage, but it's Magnojez. He just farmed to the P250, popping off scalps, 2 men down. Siren looking for the push-up with the MP9 as well. In reality, if he cleans up, which he will, that's just more money made and another round secured. 3 rounds is all they need, Vince. This could be quite a quick closure for them in the first map. Then we set our attention to the second. That would be Vertigo. And that's where, at that point, effectively, Eternal Fire just have to bounce back into it. But we'll stick to the present for now. Maybe there is still life in Eternal Fire at this point. AK's on parade. They've got their cash. They finally spend it. It's their first real round on the T side then. Let's see what they've got for us.
I mean, the last time they played Vertigo against each other, Eternal Fire was 13-1. But I think it's safe to say that we've not seen that Eternal Fire just yet. As you mentioned, though, in the here and now, it's Wakadi that takes the stray grenade. Drop down to 52. And a smoke in the eyes as well. Insult to injury. If they want to bypass this, it's going to have to be through the smoke, and that's into the body's hands. And he gets 2 and a third as well. Shuts it down on a rifle round. Eternal Fire can't get any success.
I think that flame might have just gone out. He blew them all away. Good set of pipes on him. And now you're trapped. Major. He'll be shaking in his boots. He's being flanked as well from mid-side. At least the read is there. He'll try and post up. Get that info from Siren with the wide peak. He's got the response from Kyron. Siren doesn't even fall. Does it cleanly. Does it by himself. And from 3 rounds, we fall to just 2 to BetBoom, closing this one. Oh, that was your comeback gambit. That's your round where you need to really show up, and for nothing to happen for them, you wonder how slippery this slope's going to get. Force back into it. You have to do something, otherwise you're basically just accepting defeat at this point, playing for more of an overtime scenario. Way too far away for you to be thinking about that prospect. So the money's going to be spent. Reinvest. Buy whatever you can. AKs, Galils, Deagles. Bits of utility there for Wakadia to support the team. And use the last of those tactical timeouts. Have a bit of a chat about it. I suppose at this point, Vince, it's just how long can Eternal Fire delay the inevitable? It looks like that's what we're working with.
Well, I came into the first and second round saying, you know, Woxic was a bit of a disappointment at the major for me. I was expecting very big things from him. And I don't mean to rag on any player or anything. I'm just saying these such high heights, like, is this amazing AWPer, super mechanically gifted, flicks all over the place. But he's had another slow one here, Jackie. He's 3 and 12. He has been off bottom fragging on either team. And Calyx was the main man in the first half. Ricardi's been here on the T side, but it has been flat. Magno's been phenomenal. He's been fantastic. Take nothing away from his performance. He really has been a revelation here, but Fire not showing us even remotely their C or B game right now. Magno again, this shuts it down single-handedly. Woxic and Zentara sent packing. And it feels like the beginning of the end. The curtain coming down now on Mirage. Magno will be put down, but it's at the cost of Calyx's life. And there's not much that Nature's going to be able to do here with his team. He's put 1 bullet into the cranium of Nafani, but he himself dies by the very same mantle. 12-4, 8 map points on BetBoom. And this has been a stellar performance from these guys. Far better than I was expecting.
Yeah, it's really clean. It is really clean. They're hitting their shots. They look drilled. The team CS is paying off for them. And, I mean, like we've said, it really helps if Magnojez is able to just have consistently over 120 ADR throughout the entire game. 24 frags to his name. He's been hitting shots. He's finding impacts in the early rounds. He's getting you openers. He's finding multi-kills. What more do you need him to do? Yeah, absolutely insanity here on Mirage with the shift he's put in. And this is even worse once again. Eternal Fire, even with the basics, Vince, they're getting nailed with the HEs. The amount of chip damage they're suffering in the early moments, it's softening them up. Makes converting these kills on the M4 so much easier. And even if they scrap back, feels like they're on the back foot, at least in this round. You've equalized it in the battle of attrition. We're looking at a 3 versus 3, minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
Very impressive performance, and it just continues to get better and better for Magno. 25 kills. Calyx low HP. Major 48. Woxic the healthiest of the bunch. And there is still time on the clock. 1 minute. They have control over the bomb. The problem is, though, Eternal Fire have 2 of their 3 over on the B side of the map. And it's the bomb carrier of Major who's stuck in ramp alone. So unless they want to try and shimmy down into underpass and make moves into connector, this is a rough ask. They have no smokes, no flashes between the 3 of them, and they're going to be trying to bait this out with a B push and then hope that maybe Major can sneak his way onto A and get a post plant in. But slow peeking Magno is death. And the Executioner's axe comes straight down and drops them into pieces. It should be a done deal. With spray from Zorti, Major should be able to get this post plant in, and maybe there's a way forward for the Turkish team yet.
The blockade, though, is Magno Jez, supported by Siren. And that's it. It's over. BetBoom going to be picking up 13, taking the opening map. Their map pick of Mirage firmly under the belt. Wow. Vince, very different game from, I think, what both of us were sort of collectively expecting to see here. Eternal Fire not showing up anywhere near as strong as I think we thought they would on Mirage. That's madness. Mango Jez, though. What on earth? Mango Jez, where's he come from? He's a superhuman, Vince. He's the king of BetBoom at the minute.
From Team Spirit Academy, whoever is that scouting party deserves a raise and then another raise, because you think of Zontix, Donk, Alpha, who's now playing in Cloud9 as a stand-in, and Magno. These are 4 phenomenal young Russian talents that are taking the CS world by storm. I didn't know much about Magno coming into this game. I'll be real with you, Jackie. I am blown away by what I just saw.
Yeah, well, if we didn't know much about him before, we certainly do now, right? He spelled it out for us. He can frag, good mechanics in terms of his movement as well, but it seems like he's just got confidence through the roof. Every fight, it seems like he's willing to take the first pick. Never scared to die. He's looking for those entries, looking to find impact on CT side as well. Pretty dynamic in terms of the angles he was taking fights towards. Kept Eternal Fire guessing. And that's BetBoom, that actually far better than what we had seen in the past. It seems like this newer iteration, the way they're sort of gelling, and the way they're playing as well, Vince, being more comfortable online historically, it's working out perfectly for them in this series so far.
It absolutely is, man. But of course, that's only the first map. Eternal Fire, we know these guys can bounce back. They've been in a lot of adversity in the past, and they've came back to take it 2-1. We'll have to see if that happens again. Vertigo's up next. First, though, a quick commercial break. We'll see you in a few moments.
I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. I'm on my when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights warm in my bed? Not for the sunrise, that's what you said. And you have me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay up way too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a flame free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Light up the dark, I'm superhuman. I'm spreading stardust into oceans. I wanna go up high and close my eyes to places nobody found. I'll never come down. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavenly. The calm is not a memory. It's here with me, and I know I will never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? So what? So what? So what? So what? My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Caught up in emotions, think I'm losing track. I need you to stay by my side. Feel like I'm in floating, comfortably detached. Will you stay if I lose my mind? And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this high. I don't wanna lose this tell me you won't fall apart. And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know
welcome back as we slide on in for our second map in the series between Eternal Fire and BetBoom. Now, Vince, for anyone that's joining us off the back of the first map, they might have been thinking that Eternal Fire came out looking hot, continuing the form they had from their huge run back at the Major. They didn't look as hot on Mirage. It wasn't an oasis for them. It was far better for BetBoom, and one man in particular, as Magno Jez was just popping off. Unbelievable ADR, huge performance as well. It's not just the fact he was dealing damage, it was impact frags, round in, round out.
Yeah, the guy was just on a different level. To put it in perspective, his rating was a 2.41 with 146 ADR and 27 frags in the entire map.
It's mad. It's absolutely mad.
What?
Man, it's one of those where, like, it's just the stats don't lie. Because in terms of the actual way he was playing in the game as well, it just felt like he was doing everything. CT side, super proactive, right? He's taking fights at mid, taking fight at ramp, taking fights towards apps. T side as well, didn't matter where you threw him, he's finding entries. Just felt like he was super consistent, really talented. For a young player, Vince, that's incredible. That's the sort of optics you want in a CS2 player.
Just absolutely insane. But the question now is, can they continue that form over on Vertigo? Eternal Fire were flat. They really didn't show up to that first map. Take nothing away from the BetBoom performance. It was fantastic. But we know that Eternal Fire have a lot more up their sleeve, Jackie. And this is a map, last time these teams faced each other a couple months ago, Eternal Fire won it 13-1. So they've had the better of BetBoom and then some in the past. But are we going to see a rinse and repeat performance from that Mirage? If we do, things can get out of hand real quick, and it is that man Magno again as he just slowly edges his way up on the B side.
Can he continue instantly with the form he had on the first map? Oh, Calyx! You always love to see the P2K coming out to play. Pops the head of the first man. Woxic not looking as smooth on the defense. He slides down. And it remains into a 2 versus 3 then. Quick rotate for Xantares. He's able to flank through CT fast enough. And Major, he's got to fight back round. Through B stairs. 2 players grouped up. First one found, Xantares with a dualies, but it's all down to him now.
It's a hell of a shot, isn't it? Problem is, though, the way that the B site lays itself out is now the 2 Ts can play off each other on the stairs. And there's no smoke and there's no kit either for Xantares. He has to get aggressive, and Chiron says no, slaps him away with the USP, and it's another pistol round success for BetBoom. Off to another good start. We saw what happened in the first map. They kept the economy of Eternal Fire down. The first half ended 8-4 in favor of BetBoom on their T side of Mirage. Yes, it's a different ball game. It's an entirely different map. But Vertigo lends itself more, I would say, Jackie. So if you can keep the economy low on the CTs, like, you can just have an outrageous first half on your hands.
Oh yeah, if you can basically hamstring them early on, right, makes it so uncomfortable on that CT side. You need nades. You need nades to control the pace of the game. You got to get that early pre-molly, the pre-HE down towards the B site. You need all the util for control of ramp, or else you're giving up so much space. And you can see BetBoom instantly going to abuse that, right? They feel confident to just walk up into the site. It's a laboured spray from either one of them. The first pick falls in favour of BetBoom. That's quickly changed, though. Look at the position we're in just 2 seconds later. It's down to Nafany and Chiron now in a clutch situation, 2 versus 3. Bomb on the back of Chiron. Nafany's on the site. He's going to walk for his own smoke round towards Elevator. Low HP on Xantares. Long distance firefight with the MP9. Not the sort of weapon you want in this scenario. And Mercadia will spot him first. Now, Chiron's been trying to brain it in the background. Didn't commit to the A plane when they took the site. He's gone for the late push onto B. Problem is, Wakadi is still here spotting events, and even if he finds his way in, you're looking at a 1 versus 3 clutch for him. So it's going to be an easy round.
Certainly not easy, but Chiron is making this a little bit more sketchy now on the side of Eternal Fire. Looking to return with those MP9s. Molly's tossed back over onto the windows. Now they're starting to push behind it. Bomb plant could be coming through, but should be a dead man afterwards. And Taris, though, on low HP, is going to find his man and deliver. So a carbon copy. Deja vu from the first map. Eternal Fire will be hoping this is where the patterns just ends, though, Jackie, and they can actually turn the tides and start to get some more success. BetBoom, with that post plant, though, will be coming straight through with another buy. I'm almost certain of it, because they can afford a couple of Galils, a couple of upgraded pistols, maybe SMGs. Let's see if they do go all in on this round again, and indeed they shall. AKs, Galils being picked up. So Eternal Fire have to make sure that they don't allow lightning to strike twice.
Yeah, it would be so soul-crushing to feel like you finally, got the winning formula again, like we saw back on map 1. Lose the pistol, but you get that instant conversion. You give yourself something to fight for. It is soul-crushing, though, if you go on to lose the next. Damage done to the CT economy as well would be really up there. And it's going to stagger you in this game for so many rounds. They apply the pressure early on. They're attempting to just barrage towards the A side. Brute force your way through ramp. I mean, it makes sense. See if you can overwhelm, catch them off guard with a speedier play. They're getting a bit stuck, though, Vince. They want to try and take a quicker pace in the initial fight, but they lose Chiron. Now it's just halted to a slower pace. Jez, though, always good for impact. He finds 2. Head hunting as he comes back in towards the bomb site.
Players of this caliber is always going to help you in these scrappy rounds, and it's Siren now that tries to pick up the slack. He's up to 4 kills, has a good idea, good read of the situation that are being engaged on from the back, but the timing's slightly off. Now he spots himself Calyx, and that's going to be vital information. They know one player is stuck at the backside of the site. They're trying to tickle it out and draw away, Major into the open, but be careful what you wish for, because now it's allowed Calyx to rummage in and get the backstab. Surprises me they allowed that to happen because they saw him on that rotation. But I think they were trying to deal with Major first before they both collectively pincered round and tried to deal with that rotational threat. Regardless, though, Eternal Fire now have the lead.
A lead for what feels like the first time today. It's been a very rough day for them. Back on Mirage, just couldn't get the form together, couldn't hit their shots. At least here, this bodes a bit better, right? You start to think, okay, let's just see how far it goes. Let's see what we can do with ourselves on our CT side endeavor here. And you've armed yourself with 2 AKs at least as well, so it always helps. In a perfect set of hands as well, man. You love to see that. Xantares and Wakadia with both of the Kalashnikovs. No one better. Magno Jez, though, maybe he will. Maybe he'll be able to challenge for being slightly better with the AK. Weather the spray early on down towards the ramp. The first man's going to fall. 1-for-1 trade on either side, leaving us in a 4v4 here with the initial endeavor towards ramp.
The Tars needs to tread carefully, though. If he dies, it gives a golden opportunity for Vetboom to close the gap, to close the noose. But it is Woxic at range that will silence and suppress Nafani's endeavors in this 4th round. Xantares, though, hiding off the sandbags. There's no Molotov to deal with this position. If this goes unchecked, it is GG for Vetboom in this round. He will shut them down. First play goes through. Sentry has now been picked up by too little too late. And although Xantares does get quelled by Zorti, he has low HP. He's being Molotoved off. He does have time, though. He could potentially rummage around back onto the other side of the map on B and try and get a plant down. He's very weary of a potential flank. They had to deal with that in the previous round, of course. But now Zorti can divide and conquer them in 2 separate 1v1s. There is a way forward. A post-plant here would be huge.
Sticks the plant. Pre-nade for default, but that goes wide, only dealing slight damage. Wanted to walk through the smoke, but Major's playing on the edge and spots him as it fades. As the smoke disappears, so does the life of Vetboom in this round. That'll be a third for Eternal Fire, taking their time here before the defuse so they can find anything they want to carry into the next. Bring those kits, bring those extra bits of utility as well. The smokes and the flashbangs save you some money. And a bit of a bonus on top of what is otherwise a good start for the second map in the series. This is their map pick. Now, you mentioned it before, Vince, right? The last time these two teams went head-to-head on this map in person, it was Vetboom that got absolutely thrashed. They were only able to muster up 1 round. But they've got 1 round now. So can they beat that average and go further, considering what we saw on the first map? Galil's out to assist them. Mac 10 as well. Early pre-molly down towards the B site. What you'd expect, try and stop the initial push if it's coming. But it seems like they're going to keep trying to apply this early pressure towards the A side. They love a bit of ramp at the minute.
Guess the caveat to put in there, though, Jackie, is yes, they got hammered last time. That was without Magno, Jess. That was without the guy that just dropped the 2.41 rating on the previous one. They had Dan instead. Off RMR performance collectively. Changes have been made, and so far so good. But Calyx stamps down his authority with a double. It won't be denying the post plant, though. That's already in on A. And with Kyra and Magno both alive here, both healthy, with rifles in their hands against 2 weakened players. A very winnable round here for the T's.
Clutch attempt after clutch attempt towards the A site. Feels like deja vu. But the difference is they're just so low on the CT side. It's not going to be anywhere near as easy for him to brute force this one and mount the retake. Major still hits the opening shot though. Chiron looking for the spray. Finds one. Time ticking. Major withstands the damage. Does have the kit as well. Oh, the brains of the operation. Leading by example again. In the dying moments of the round, snatches it away and reignites the fire for Eternal Fire themselves. Even getting the AWP to pass back over. That's a huge round for them, Vince. How many times are they going to find success in these clutches on A site? These are unbelievable retakes.
A post plant with a crossfire on A, when you have lack of utility, honestly, the T's will be feeling like they should have won that. You know, if they go back and watch the demo here and they see the HP bars on Eternal Fire, Major with a brisk lightning entry to kick things off, as you highlighted. That's around the bedroom. They've got to get their hands on though. And now another post plant means another buy. And they know that Eternal Fire's economy is hanging by a thread. It's tantalizingly close. It's flirting with them. And now Rafani may go in first, but he's been quelled instantly afterwards. Calix is stuck in a position. The Heat's been playing so well so far. Tons of damage through the smoke on both sides of the coin. But it's going to be Calix that can pull the plug and get out of there, having dealt hefty damage to Zorti and Magno. However, it's not going to stop their push forward. And Magno Jez just threads the eye of the needle through Gens onto CT, taking down the weakened Calix, giving them the advantage they were looking for.
How does he always have the read? Crosshair's always in the right place. And it feels like you are trapped in a horrific position here. If your name is Wukardia. Oh, up towards Guardian. Will be the defender of the bomb site. Strikes down the big name player for Bet Boom. Finds the headshot and leaves us in a 2v2. All down to the retake again then. Another A retake. These rounds just keep repeating themselves. But will it be a different outcome this time? Perhaps not, as it's down to Zorte. He's got 33 HP. Flash over the top. They're going in for the quicker play. He wants to peek into this. See if he can find 1v1. That's what he needs. Molotov goes out. That's going to burn him down. 13 HP, Vince. He can't peek back through it. He's got to fight from ramp side. Santares holds. And another round off the back of the defuse. How many retakes are they going to win?
They can't keep getting away with this, Jackie. Like you said, it's multiple now, and this is another golden opportunity. Chiron even plays on the off angle up on the rafters, still gets dealt with by Wukardia. This has to be so frustrating if you Bet Boom. It's like you're 5-1 behind, but you know in another day you're potentially like 3-2, 4-2 in the lead. Oh man, at some point they've got to grab a hold of one of these 2v2s, one of these post plants. It's another buy. It's the same situation. I feel like I'm a broken record with a broken economy on Eternal Fire, and Bet Boom know that they are just one victory away from potentially threading 2 or 3 in a row. But can they finally get it done?
It's madness, Vince. It's madness. It's one of those where it feels like the definition of insanity, right? Like you keep trying the same thing but hoping for a different result. Problem is, there should be a different result. It shouldn't be a retake every time. Major shouldn't be able to just swing out onto the site and hit a Zantares peak of his own, but he keeps doing it. And now you've got 4 rounds under the belt. CT side looks a whole lot better. It's early doors though. We won't get ahead of ourselves. We can keep to the grand scheme of the game, right? There's still a lot to be done here for Bet Boom. You don't have to think this one's chalk. You don't have to think this one's got entirely wrong. It's just rough if you're losing those kind of rounds. If you're losing the ones that shouldn't be sustainable, how's it going to go when it's down to the repeatable rounds? Execute out towards the B site called in though. Calix trying to play as the sole defender back towards the bomb site. The rest of the squad making moves out towards ramp still. An elaborate ruse on B with a real play going down on A. Wukardia walks through the smoke. Oh, the hidden blade of Wukardia. Second guesses himself. Doesn't want to risk it. Vince plays smart. Does damage to the A site man of Chiron, but couldn't commit to the kill.
Chiron low, and now the touchdown grenade finishes him off. Another HE toss to the site, more damage inflicted. 15 seconds. The flank coming through, spin in from Zorti. Good for the frag, and now they can focus their attention onto the back room, where Zantares is moving in with Woxic. They're spotting pixels, just darting and ebbing and flowing up on headshot. And Nafani may need to take the first point of call with that Galil. The timing may not favor him. Damage inflicted to Zantares, but we've been here before. Could this be yet another post plan, another clutch for Eternal Fire? The tenacity we talked about, they're down but never truly out. And now Zorti needs to go in for that peek, the full defuse underneath his nose. And what's it? Insult to injury. Thwarts any peek in. Another clutch, another 2v2. Eternal Fire cannot be beaten.
We're playing Wingman, Vince. It's just the A bomb site. B has not been unlocked. There is no way for them to make their move into B. It's all about A, and it's all about these retakes. Eternal Fire, time and time again, pulling it off. Oh, something told me Zorte was going to go huge in that round as well. When he found the first flick, you survived that with 1 HP. Almost feels like divine intervention, like they were going to break the curse and actually get themselves a second round on the board. But no, this nightmare will not end yet. They are living what Eternal Fire went through back on the first map of Mirage. Magno Jez, he was the shining light. He was the backbone of Bet Boom. Can he deal some damage once again here? Lurking towards the stairs. He's got support at least from Chiron. They're trying to get a pick in towards the B site, see if they can make some moves. Meanwhile, you've got a slower round from Eternal Fire. No overall aggression. They've still got nades as well, Vince. Down to 1 minute and 12 on the clock. And they've got 4 smokes still in possession. 2 Molotovs as well. So if you want to waste time on this one, on a hit towards the site, they're going to be in a good position to do so.
We've already seen they have the perfect lineups as well to repel with these HEs. Last round, as Chiron got finished off, they did damage onto the site afterwards. And that ended up helping them in that retake. Zantares now holding the line with Woxic. Missing his second chance, is punished. Zantares try as he may. The lone bastion on the site, safeguarding for 1, but allows Calyx to rummage together another kill. And now Zorti on 1 HP in another post plan on the A side. 2v2 timing and positioning from the Nafani is going to break the curse. Finally, Bet Boom gets some success. They plant, they succeed.
Whew. Okay. Roll the dice, gamble on these retakes time and time again. And this time, it seems like the house won't win. Bet Boom. They will upset and steal that one away. I like the heads-up call from Calyx, though. And what that shows me as well, Vince, is they've got the confidence. That's a situation where he had the read of the round instantly, realizing that he needs to equalize, has to get the fight back on their terms, pushes through the smoke, finds 1 pick, falls back, trying to play some smart CS right now. Mechanically looking so much better than what we saw back on the first map of Mirage. That wasn't Eternal Fire. This is looking a lot more like their style of Counter-Strike. For the first time in this game as well, we see them back to pistols. Their economy has been chock-a-block the whole game. Now it's finally broken. Basically just walking into the shooting gallery. Well, I mean, that's how it's supposed to go. But Zantares, doesn't matter if he's got an AK, Vince, with a USP, he one-taps him.
Those mechanics on the aim transfer over to that USP, the precision required against the headshots, of course, against the fully armored up T is always going to be a prospect. Now Siren goes with the last couple of players up and sprays them down for the most comfortable of rounds. Now, this is the problem if you're Eternal Fire, because of their economy being constantly kept in the bin, as it was on Mirage. The difference is, of course, this time they have been getting success. 2 players were a little bit low on funds. So they're going to be juggling around the cash, but it does mean that Major is dropping down into an MP9. And Woxic is going to have the AWP and should have a fair chunk of grenades, but they're not going to have a single kit on the side. Now, when you consider that the last 6 rounds in a row before Bet Boom got success were retakes, some of which were down to a couple of milliseconds left, that may not bode well for Eternal Fire. So they're going to get aggressive, but don't find any success for their troubles.
Calyx prime with a pop flash. He wants to flash Major in, see if he can go for the play. Even dropped him a second flash. Ooh. They're both on point. Timing was there for Major. The play's not going to pay off. Magno Jets has the default molly as well to burn towards wood. That means he's got to back up and give away the off angle. It won't matter. He's got the read and quite literally made Nathany sit down on that one, Vince.
Just spammed him through the wooden panels. Wonder if the gun was sticking out through the side there or glitched out. Not sure. Didn't see it from the perspective of the CTs, just from the Nafani. And this is a much more confident start on Eternal Fire. They've always been trailing. Beautiful entry from back though. Sprays in, damage through the smoke, but Centaurus returns the favor. Leaves Vorti alone. There will be no flick. There will be no carnage forthcoming on the side of Bet Boom. They're just going to be receiving it. 7-3, much better round if you're Eternal Fire. That's going to build the confidence up.
Far tighter game here. A lot closer than what we had back on the first map in the way it's being played out. Tons of clutch rounds. Although it's a 7-3 scoreline, it could go either way. You think about 3 of those rounds in particular back towards the A site on the retakes, those aren't sustainable. They're not sort of rounds you should be winning each and every time. So definitely close, and the scoreline makes it look at this point. Posturing again towards the B site early. Nade set from the CT side to defense towards B has been pretty on point. Major's been doing a good job playing on his teammate as well when he has support. This time he's the sole defender. Default nade set to buy time, Vince, but it's the headshots. 2 frags. You can't buy that kind of impact for love nor money. Huge play from Major.
Yeah, incredible. That should be locking this round neatly. Tied up. For Eternal Fire. Vorti, though, does land a nice flick, but he's given the choice between into a barrage of bullets or moving into a Molotov, and decides to go for the former rather than the latter. The end result, of course, the same, and that's in his demise. Siren, whether he decides to push into the firing squad or gets flanked in, it's not looking good for him. Wakadi was making moves around the back as well. 8-3, Eternal Fire. It doesn't paint the full picture of how this half of Counter-Strike has gone. It could have easily been a much closer affair. Tons and tons of post-plant 2v2s going against Bet Boom. But the simple fact of the matter is that they find themselves 8-3 behind in a rough buy on the last round of the half here, Jackie. You've got 2 players, at least, off rifles. Make it 3. Deagle, Tech 9, and Mac 10. That's rough.
It certainly is. Shoehorns them into probably playing a little bit more aggressive here in reality, just of the nature of weapons they're bringing to the table. Wild spam from Nathany, hoping for the best. Cardia barely dodges the bullets, readjusts round, and even gets the shot off, surviving on 12 HP here after meeting the nade. And this is the full-on assault from Betboom. You're just hoping to overwhelm towards the A site and see if you can brute force your way up. Slowing it down somewhat now. Cardia with 12 HP, flashed in from his teammate, sprays good for 1. Zorte trades. This just looks punishing. Bet Boom being eaten alive on ramp into the last round of the first half.
Because of how aggressive they were, they got a lot of time still if they want to pull the plug and go and try and retreat back over. But now that Zorte has found himself Centaurus out on sandbags and puts it into a 2-on-2, they'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable and compelled to continue to push onto A, which is they've had a lot of success on without actually getting the round tally in their favor. Siren now getting up close. Doesn't have the bomb, though. Needs his teammate to come in. That smoke's going to allow them to plant out in the open. This makes it a lot more difficult now for the CTs to go in for that retake win. The Major is trying to play possum here, but he actually gets himself the kill. He was trying to waste time for the rotation, and it puts Siren against the wall. Calyx into his crosshair. That's a clean kill. No health lost, but his position now known. Compromised. Major has had tons of impact, and this round will be no different. He clutches it for his team and gives them a 9-3 halftime score.
How many times are they going to win those retakes on the A site? Major moves from the man. Eternal Fire decimating. Can they close it down and take us to a 3rd map? Find out after the break.
You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, but you should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're
here we go then. The answer to our question of will Eternal Fire push us to a third map, or can BetBoom bounce back on their CT side of Vertigo and still close down the series in the space of 2? A question that will be answered over the course of the next few rounds. Pistol round coming up now though. Eternal Fire on that T side. What have you got in store for us? They do prefer these slower rounds, actually. It's one of the interesting things about Eternal Fire. They usually have a little bit more ingenuity to their pistol rounds on most maps. Rather than playing aggressive, they try and trick you into a full sense of security. So basically setting up with the bait play down towards ramp early here, seeing if BetBoom will get aggressive, looking to start this one off with a pace and walk into them. But no early warning for them just yet.
Yeah, that early warning system is yet to flare off. Magno Jez is there to send out the siren and the wavelengths to the rest of his teammates with those Julies, but he's not going to be called upon. Zorti instead, with the identical Julies, same skin on them and everything, he's hiding the scaffolding, and Karen is looking for information. This is going to activate Zorti. How many kills can he get? Answer is a big fat 0. Xantares puts him down with authority, and now he'll be closing the gap. Xantares is laboured, but he gets the better of Chiron as well, and that should open up their engagement onto the site now.
Side controls changed hands, bomb planted, fuse starting to tick. Major back towards the sandbags. They're aware of his angle, but forcing him out is the problem. You have no nades, you're going in dry. You have to hit your shots. Nafany can do just that, blind, but still punishing. Alex goes down. Oh, snapshot back onto Major. His position was compromised quite some time ago. They forced the diffuser off of the bomb, but it goes down to Wakadia and a 1v2. Hits the headshot. Beautiful damage done with the Glock, and that might be enough to finish it. Even trying to style on Siren, and will grab that one to close it down with a pistol under the belt for Eternal Fire.
It's just such perfect crosshair placement on that first kill in the 2v1. Even on a bit of an off angle. You know, verticality often messes with Counter-Strike players because for the longest time you didn't really have to worry about it apart from little bits and pieces here and there. But Wakadia just putting the crosshair perfectly, nailing the first shot, and then seals the deal at 10-3 post-plant in. The buy from BetBoom is grim. It's dicey. 5-7, Eagle, couple of MP9s out of the mass. And probably one of their last lifelines. If they were to lose this, they're back into an eco/force buy. An Eternal Fire who have been really gaining momentum and confidence. Tara's playing well, Cardia playing well. And there's Cardia with a drive-by at range with the MAC-10. Just destroying Chiron at the top of ramp. Magno, who was a god, infallible on the first map, has not really arrived so far. 7 kills to his name, and it feels like that's been a piece of the puzzle that's been sorely lacking here on BetBoom when it comes to closing out these rounds. It's looking great for the Turkish team to take us to a third map.
Siren sleeping at the wheel, so paranoid about both angles, just walks into the crosshair of Woxic, and that one's going to be closed out. So yeah, this is really just looking like Eternal Fire have come alive at just the right time. It was a pretty clean CT side from them, a lot of hero plays, a lot of big rounds. The pistol makes a world of difference, converting things now as well, allowed them to look like they're going to be able to shut this one down quite quickly. Although BetBoom straight back into the game with the force up. 2 HEs, the rest of them spotting the MP9s with armor. The early pre-nades go out towards B-Vins, expecting a potential quicker bombardment towards the site. Another frame down towards ramp, but no chip damage, no real connections onto them. It was only Kalux that took a small tag, but that's led them straight into his domain. They must have heard the audio cues. You've tried to clear it. Mango just goes in on his own and just loses the fight. Still down numbers now as well.
Nafany, though, is at least going to try and stave off the loss. Feels like delaying the inevitable, but the HE touches down onto him, finishes off what Woxic started from the hands of Xantares. And now 3 MP9s trying to jump spot Chiron, but he's been heard. And more importantly, he's been pushed down. Wakadia is on a different level in these last few rounds. 17 kills, identical scoreline to Xantares, the two of them just chipping away at the foundations of BetBoom. And this is looking like it's going to be even faster than that first map. I was fearing the worst for Eternal Fire, man. I mean, we know that they're a tenacious bunch of players. We know that they are never truly defeated. They're going to fight until the bitter end. But what a retaliation. What an answer from that first map. That was a shock. But Eternal Fire showing us why they are the favorites to win this match.
Xantares, you back him to win out on that one pretty much every time. And this is more of a formality, really. In the grand scheme of things, you're just looking to close this round. Get yourself to match point and set your eyes on the third and final map. That would be Anubis, our decider in the series. Siren. Okay. Speedy Peak, straight to the cranium. Nice use of the MP9 and can at least upgrade himself to an AK to bring over into the next if he's lucky and isn't hunted here. But that's it. A very small prize, Vince, and otherwise what is a pretty painful round to have to limp your way through.
Yeah, it really is consolation. A drop in the bucket, it feels like. So yeah, it's great you've got an AK, Siren, but it's 12-3, Chief, and your teammates have very little to play with. He can drop across a weapon, but you're looking at a very dicey buy again. An Eternal Fire off to the races. Everyone pulling their weight, everyone carrying the burden of this second map. We said coming into it, it was incredibly one-sided the last time they played each other, but that was without Magno. Magno's not really had the impact that Vetboom would have been hoping for. Certainly not his fault, don't get me wrong on that one. But they have got the opening pick. It's that aforementioned AK, the antique coming through from the previous round in the hands of Siren that gives him a chance. And Chiron, slightly off in the spray. He should be punished from a ton of grenades, landing at his feet, and a Molotov as well. Down he goes.
Zorte with a fast response, though. The rapid attack. MP9 comes out, swings. The quicker pace, catching them off guard. The crosshairs aren't adjusted quickly enough. So they won't be able to clean up on that one. At least a bit of bite left for Vetboom. Problem is, though, you've survived one test against Eternal Fire, not even at their full strength in terms of the investment, in terms of the firepower. Now they buy straight back into it. Woxic on the scope. Everyone else supporting the AKs as well. Full utility on the board. And an unbelievable amount of rounds of buffer to work with. Leaving Vetboom effectively to repeat history time and time again if they want to keep themselves in this one. Two-player setup round towards the ramp initially. You're looking for the flash down so Nafani can peek it, but it's still smoked off from either side, so no joy there on the entry. Meanwhile, Calyx is trying his luck back towards B.
Yeah, kind of a two-pronged decision-making here. Is one, you can try and wrap around the back if Eternal Fire get any kind of success, or if they can start to get stalled, you can try and have impact over on B and train off the second or third player. He's now going to be rotating in. They decided to fully invest into this play, and so far so good. Woxic doubles up the advantage. Siren and Chiron both have been tagged, and Wakadia, you can just see the confidence coursing through his veins on these peaks. And it's Woxic though that locks it down with a 3K. The Turkish AWP finding his range and delivering. And it looks like it's the beginning of the end. Barring a Magno 1v3, this should be a done deal, and down it goes. Eternal Fire take it 13-4.
There you go. Lock that one in, secure it, and leave Mirage as just that, a mere mirage of a map to think back on, Vince. We're basically now in a position where we can talk about this as a best of one, right? We get the third and final map out of it. It is going to go to Anubis. Hell of a comeback there from Eternal Fire in terms of sort of their overall composure, really. It looked more like the Eternal Fire we thought we were going to see. Back on Mirage. They're playing aggressive, they're playing confident, decision-making was on point. I think those retakes were enough to kind of speak for how different the game looked compared to what we saw on the first map, right? You're willing to go for those, and it's major that 9 times out of 10 was the one hitting the entry, was the one brute forcing the way back in from. That says a lot.
Yeah, it was 6 rounds in a row with post plants that Eternal Fire won in that first half, and it felt like that was kind of the back-breaking moment. There were fleeting glimpses and moments of what could have been something special for Vetboom, but unfortunately it just ended a bit flat. And as you said, now it's effectively a best of one. Both teams do play Anubis, both teams pretty confident on the map. And I think this is a really interesting final destination for this best of three. Two very different performances. You know, momentum-wise, you've got to say Eternal Fire, they were the favourites coming in. Now they're certainly the favourites to take Anubis. But you don't know how BetBoom can reset. If they come back in, Magno starts to have impact again. Who knows what happens here? It's anyone's game.
They're no strangers to Anubis as well, right? It's one of those where, like, BetBoom coming into this, I think if there was a firm map that they'd feel pretty confident on, this should be one of their top picks in terms of how they're going to look going out there. So yeah, Anubis should be really interesting, actually, as a decider. I think this has got a lot of spice to it. Hopefully we see the best from both teams, get a really nice scrappy game out of it to close this one out. But we'll see. That'll be on your screens in a few moments' time. We'll kick it off. Third and final map of Anubis between these two squads to see who stays in the upper bracket and who drops down to the lower bracket. We'll see you in a few moments.
Did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? Why did you say goodbye?
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray. Same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. Cause I felt this world without you, I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow, and I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the
eased up for good. Feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, higher, the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire, these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. Yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
You got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Let's stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing
Welcome back, everybody. Third and final map in our opening best of three. The upper bracket here is going to be kicking off fairly soon, Vince. Anubis is where we found ourselves between Eternal Fire and BetBoom. It's been a back and forth series. I think the scoreline, especially on Vertigo, didn't really give you the true taste of the story with the retakes we were seeing. But the game itself proves a great comeback for Eternal Fire and leaves us here where we can forget about everything else and basically look at it as a BO1 to decide who stays in the upper bracket and who's dropping down to lower.
You just have to hope that if you're BetBoom, that they have the same mentality, Jackie, that they can forget what's happened in the past. They can forget what happened on Vertigo and how frustrating that was. Because, as you say, Anubis is a map that both teams play a lot. 15 maps played, by the way, BetBoom have on this. They have a 45% win rate, which isn't ideal, but they've been playing a lot of top sort of echelon teams on Anubis. And they typically get pretty close. Even in the games they're losing, they're dragging it out. It's like max rounds, sort of 13-10s sort of scorelines when they're losing. So they're very confident on this map. One of the elements that I guess I wasn't thinking about because MagnoJez was so damn good on Mirage is I mentioned he'd only been here for like 2 weeks in terms of this roster. So have they had an ample opportunity to let him fit into these more strategical heavy maps? Is he capable of doing that? Mirage is more of a puggy style map, and we saw him having tons of success on that. Can he get it done when it's Anubis?
I'd hope so. I would hope so. I feel like some of the nuances translate a little bit, right? But there is a bit more room for you to be puggy somewhat on your CT side if you want to take fights and try and be a bit more aggressive. T side as well. If you can rep yourself and have the confidence, you can do a lot off the back of playing aggressive into those rounds on Anubis. It's interesting as well, Vince. I was talking to you about this during the break between the first map. Having a look at the stats, it's the fact that this is the only time he has ever played against a team that's currently listed inside of the top 10, and he dropped a 2.41 rating over the course of that first map. But that was Mirage. Now you've played 2 games against the team in the top 10. Second, nowhere near as pretty. You'd hope he bounces back and he's able to show us some of that form again. Looking through the games that he played out throughout the Open Qualifier, it seemed like he was really having great performances over the course of any games that had Ancient and Mirage in the veto. Looks like that's where he's putting up some of his best numbers. So yeah, Anubis, is he going to be able to come out swinging and give us shades of Mirage again? If so, that's going to definitely be a backbone that BetBoom need, right? Because he did so much on that first map.
Yeah, he was instrumental in them taking that first map, especially as powerfully as they did. And they definitely felt his absence when he was gone. But, you know, on the other side of the coin, we're waxing lyrical about Magno and his impact. Eternal Fire really woke up on that second map. Like, a lot of clutches. It could have gone either way, but they were just brute forcing their way into those rounds. The fact that Wakadia and Zentaras were neck and neck in terms of their impact, their killing, their distribution of entry frags, and also their trades. Really, really impressive stuff. Now, I have just heard from our producer that BetBoom won the knife round, so they're going to have the choice of side. Anubis is a bit of an interesting one, though, Jackie, where some teams may even prefer starting on the T side. It's that kind of map. You can get so much success on the T side of things.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's, you know, more T favored if you're able to play it properly. Ooh, nice little fly throughs here, getting you excited for this one. As we are kicking it off, we can slide on into Anubis and see what's going to be in store for us for the last map in the series then. Okay, yeah, T-side start makes sense, Vince. I can respect it. Now, BetBoom's pistol rounds usually are quite interesting. They commonly go for these A-side executes, where you'd see Nafany being the one buying the utility. You'd get the default molly over the top, push rugs, and go for an A play. Instead, it seems like it's a fast mid-drop into a B hit, but they are being hit very hard. Woxic, he's just smashing them out of the sight. Lots of damage done. Not a single frag on the board until Zorte picks off the head of Calyx. But for what it is, that is a beautiful pistol from Eternal Fire. Great defense.
Especially from Woxic, man. Like 3 kills just standing and delivering. You know, we were talking about Zentaras, Wakadia as well, like doing really great job. Major having tons of impact on the CT side. Woxic was landing double, triple kills in the end. The dying embers of Vertigo with that AWP. He was smashing BetBoom. So this is another reason why I was so sort of saddened by some of the ups and downs sort of performances that we saw from Woxic. The guy is capable of greatness. Like, he has been on the periphery of truly being a spectral AWPer for such a long time. He's also a very capable rifler as well. So put that M4 in his hands, he's going to be able to dispatch a few players. Now, no post plant in means that they've gone for the hero Galil and Zorti, but everybody else with blocks. It's a rough ask for Zorti to have impact, especially considering that there's no head armor lacking on the side of Eternal Fire. So there's no insta headshot potential here on the side of BetBoom. This is going to be really, really difficult to pull off.
Okay, run boost at least for the peak towards the B side. Nafany here, obviously the idea is you draw the crosshair, right? You flick it off the angle. So if his teammate wanted to peek in off the back of it, maybe there's a timing for you to hit the shot. That window of opportunity now closed. Siren, he's going to eat a absolute face full of glare in a few seconds. Similar execution here. That one actually proves it perfectly. You can see the crosshair was flicked off, so they get the trade and at least flying the bleed in through middle. Getting on the bomb site though, Vince, that's going to be the hard part, right? You're hoping you get a bomb card out of this, but funneling yourselves in through camera, that HE absolutely ruins them. And one by one, they're taking a ton of damage. It's all on Chiron, the young gun. can hit hard in these kind of rounds and does find the head. 20 seconds, bomb planted. Is he good for the round?
Oh, Zantara's didn't actually go into the peak there. And Kyron nearly gets the 3B. Spray's not going to work out. Didn't have armor, so aim punch a real problem. But, I mean, you consider that Nafani basically taking the blow for his team, as you'd expect. IGLing, of course, one of the lower fraggers on the team. He drops down to 250 to allow Zorti the opportunity. They get 3 kills and a post plant. That is mission complete if you bet Boom. Yes, they'll be disappointed. I'm sure Kyron, the competitor in him, will be disappointed. He couldn't pull off the clutch. But all things considered, that is a very solid round and outcome for Bet Boom.
That's exactly what they wanted, right? And for what it is, you think about the fact they probably should have got mauled by the MP9. Absolutely funneled 3 players worth of money into the economy for them. Instead, you were able to draw the crosshair off, you find your play out through mid. Chiron getting the bomb down, that's more than you were hoping for. So dream scenario there for Bet Boom. Lets them come alive in the game a little bit earlier. So instantly now, round 3 is going to be competitive rather than us sort of resting on our laurels and seeing when the action kick off again. Read from Calyx. Actually, a really meaty one, Vince. That's right on the money.
I suppose the saving grace, if you are Bet Boom, it is Nafani on the weakened Mac 10, the expendable of the players, if ever there was one. Gets a toss out his grenades as well, down onto the double door. Now forced out, flashback, receives the peak. Not working. Chiron deals with it. Middle control now is going to be a little bit more tentative, and it forces Wacadia's hand away from A momentarily. They could have smoked down onto the A main side, but now they're pushing that player in. This is a gamble from Eternal Fire. And Siren's starting to make moves in. They may find the window of opportunity. The timing here could work out for them. But sick. He wants to go for that right swing, but he's on the receiving end of a battering, and so is Wacadia.
Crumbled up. And like paper, it's all gone wrong. They even delay so that the bomb goes down slightly later, allowing them to set up somewhat here to hunt and see if they can stop any survivability from Eternal Fire. Deny Major's save and stop this M4 being brought into the next round. Not the dream with Nafani falling, but it's not the worst player to go down. It's not one of those high-profile weapons being exchanged either. If Major was able to find another pick, that's when it becomes a problem, especially if he also steals the weapon. Because you've got the potential of that AWP down towards Dark. Oh, Siren did not see the head. He has now.
Give that spot away. Smoke kicked up from the HE. Siren kicks the dirt onto the corpse of Major. So Bet Boom have their first success. And as a result of that previous round we were discussing, the successful Galil buy, it has brought Eternal Fire to their knees, economically speaking. Julie's, Deagle, M4, not much to play with here across the board, and this is a perfect opportunity for Bet Boom to really force their will onto Eternal Fire and keep them at arm's reach. It's really a huge part as to why that Mirage CT side started so poorly for Eternal Fire. They can never get a grasp of the economy, can never get fully committed and comfortable into that half. And this is Bet Boom's chance to go ahead and do the same. That's a spray that completely whiffs though, and Zorti's gonna get punished. Oh, it's perfect. The wraparound, the crunch onto mid from 2 separate angles works a charm. And Bet Boom reeling as Magno and Siren gonna try and pick up this 2-on-4.
The aggression and confidence paying off then, pushing out on the extremities and winning out on their jewels. Alex shooting through the edge of the smoke as well. Slays Magno Jez, the main man. Living it all down to Siren. I mean, you've got time. You can make this one costly. His days are numbered, sure, but what can he do before he falls? Spray in hands, walks round the corner, and again it's another snapshot from Calyx as he will deliver with 2 into the 4th. That's a big pickup for them. Great response. Instantly a way to kind of put the lid back on Bet Boom after they popped off in the previous round. Looked like they were going to start to find momentum. You scrap that instantaneously. They're forced to spend their money once again, but you're going down to the bottom of the barrel now, Vince. It's not going to be AKs and full utility. It's more of a broken buy. Fragmented in some places. A couple players taking it on the chin to go for lesser weapons. Nafani opting for the Mac 10 so that you can have full nades. So there is still utility at least.
That's a real feels good round if you're Major. Like to pull that lamp onto mid and for it to work as cleanly as and efficiently as it actually did, to put you back into a great position. That is the thing that IGL's Xantares, though, more of a nightmare as far as he's concerned. Major holds the line, damage dealt. He is going to be on the receiving end, and Nafani pushing straight through mid, shuts out Calyx. Bet Boom return the favor with hyper aggressive plays in the face of Eternal Fire, and they can go and hunt for more. Post plant just coming in now. Plenty of time left if Nafani wants to try and put that M4 to use. Arcadia is stuck back at the CT side, and Woxic going to have to try and hold on to his AWP on the A side of the map. That's a grimacing moment if you're Eternal Fire, Jackie. You just got a great call going your way. Couple of whiff sprays. Trades going in favor of Bet Boom, and you're forced into a save almost immediately.
The roller coaster of emotions that is Counter-Strike, really, for both of these teams at this point. Anytime it feels like you get the gas going, you start to drive down the road, the engine gives up, you get reset, the team claps back. So Bet Boom with a nice pickup there at least. It is their T side that you'd hope they'd be able to at least have the best performance on, be able to come out swinging. Historically, it feels like Bet Boom have always had a pretty drilled T side on Anubis. Slightly different roster. We're just a one-for-one trade in terms of the players, though, for Magno Jez. I feel like filling in for the boots and the roles he's coming into on this T side of Anubis at least shouldn't be too bad. There should have been time for at least the basics to have been prepped there. Nafani had a lot of interesting ideas with some of the executions they had previously on this map, usually towards the A side. A lot of default setups with their nades. You get the molly over towards camera. They try and go for the faster play round through rugs. They fight for control of that A main setup. Wakadi is the one that's defending it, though, and he's not the man you want to go up against on an angle like this. Has a bit of an opportunity for the 1v3 potentially if they come a knocking with a smoke down. The rest of the roster just looking for any potential peaks, see if someone will give them some information to go off of. The one thing that's worrying as well is Calyx with a 5-7 close towards camera vents. If they get up close, that's where that's going to become a problem. And he's just playing on the headshot angle back towards the stairs now. So giving a lot of respect to Bet Boom in this round. They're taking all the map control they want.
5-7 up close, and Wakadi is able to flashbang is good. Follow-up damage is on point. And just like that, the site has fallen. It's fallen into enemy hands. Eternal Fire is going to try and save again on this AWP, M4 and MP9. Now in position. He's going to try and thwart this. Xantares goes down. A far cry for Wacadia and Xantares in these early rounds from what we saw on Vertigo. So much confidence. They were winning every single duel that they went up against, and now they're starting to find themselves in familiar territory to that Mirage performance. Suddenly nothing is going in their favor. Woxic with the wide swing gets punished, put down from Zorti. 2 weapons taken out of the hands. It's only the MP9 that remains. There's going to be very little to play with in this next round, if anything, for Eternal Fire. And Bet Boom now starting to string together some success.
Terrorists win.
That one hurts, mate. That one really hurts. Damage done across the board to the confidence and to the economy. That'll slow you down. If you thought this was going to be Eternal Fire really starting to build themselves a large lead from the get-go here into the third map, well, that's already been called into question. It's a good response from Bet Boom. Obviously no real firepower to work with for Eternal Fire. They can't play this one out like a rifle round, so what's the call for a Major? Utility-wise, you've got a smoke and a Molotov, so no flash. They can't go for a bit of a pop play. Instead, it's Xantares basically playing anti-flash towards Jail with the dualies. Calyx close inside a dark. And it seems like you've got the boost on the site as well. You're playing on the off angle there with Woxic's Deagle. So reliant on Woxic taking contact and then everyone else getting involved off the back. Of course, Vince, that only works if Bet Boom go towards B. And at the minute they're trying to test the waters towards A, you've got that audio cue as well. That HE tagging onto Major. If it's played the audio confirmation there, they're going to know there's one player deep main. That might actually lead them into B. This could work out.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like a weird twist of fate. That little bit of intel may have just sold them down the river itself. They may be walking into Charon to put them into their demise. There will be no way forward into the underworld here if they're not careful. Chiron, in the meanwhile, though, he's making moves in. He is checking jail very slowly. But on the timing here, the timing's on point. Zantares with a run and gun. So Audacious still alive, still somehow kicking. How is this possible? The Eternal Fire not just win this round, but potentially with 4 players left. Zantares has just got away with murder.
That was disgusting, Vince. From jail with the doolies. Takes no prisoners. The dinks, the damage, and the sheer speed of it all. This is where it could unravel. Even if Nafany can't find a way to clutch out the round in the final 30 seconds, the least he could do is deal damage and make it uncomfortable for Eternal Fire. From 4 players saving weapons, it goes down to 2. The hot commodity, though, the big picture, is the round, and that will be Eternal Fire's. They lead by 1, 4-3. And if this really goes back to kind of what we were saying in the pre-game, where I thought, Vince, this was going to be a really scrappy series, finally, for the first time in this matchup, this feels like we are actually getting a very good back and forth, close twists and turns on the rounds, both teams delivering with some snapshots. This is looking like it is going to be that kind of brutish affair we expected to see as the decider.
You're kicking yourself with your bet boom as well, though, Jack. That's 2 rounds at Eternal Fire as well. Especially that last one. They had an MP9 as usage, a pair of Julies. That was basically it. And you think about that clamp, the wrap onto me, the previous round before that. Major out into the open, traded back. That could be a potential sort of narrative that we build in with this one. It's like these scrappy half-buy rounds that Eternal Fire shouldn't be a part of. They're winning. When they have rifles, they're getting destroyed. There has been a reoccurring theme. Once again, Eternal Fire, they had the bodies in the right position, can't find the trades, have to save.
Slips straight through the fingertips. And the back and forth nature of the game continues then. As Betboom will be able to take this one. Coming into this third map, the pistol round was won by Eternal Fire. They took the follow-up after that. Since that point, every round has been back and forth. Consistently trading blows, not letting either team really establish much dominance at this point. Who takes the lead here? Reinvestment comes back out as well. You got the cash to spend. AWP in the hands of Woxic, everyone else with the M4s, good utility. Not really that many gaps. It's only the flashbangs that are lacking on Zantares, but that's not going to matter too much. He can be popped in by his teammates to make a play. Woxic as well, Vince, is the one that I've kind of got my eye on in a few of these rounds. There's been times where it feels like he's a little bit slow to the draw. Hasn't been as quick. Still, 6-4, though, he's not especially having a bad game. You just want to see him pop off a little bit more. We know he can be a difference maker for this team. Zantares with the same setup once again as well, playing the anti-flash angle towards jail. Dark's going to be fought for. Major gets the molly off. That's huge damage initially on the Zorte as well.
And the HE and smoke as well, going to give him that little bit more confidence that he's not getting pushed into, so it allows them to retreat one of these players back onto middle, which is actually vacant for the time being. They smoke down. Now, considering that Nafani in previous rounds had a lot of success by just pushing with the MAC-10, it does surprise me that they completely negated any mid-control whatsoever. It doesn't look like they're going to get punished for the time being. As Betboomer slowly but surely edging their way over onto the A side. Haven't really seen too much action over on this side of the map. It's been very much B-sided hits over and over again. And Woxic slightly off with the timing. Unfortunate there as the player dipped into the smoke, using it as a shroud. Woxic now replenishing the smoke alongside his teammate with a flashbang. Trying to eat as much of this time away as possible. And this is going to be down into around 20-second territory here. So Betboom are going to start to feel this, the pinch of time. And there's also a rotation. Nature's going to catch Nafani in the back, shuts him down and takes mid-control. Tons of information in the process as well.
CT side's becoming the T side at this point. An exchange. B site's going to be taken. Woxic strikes onto one. Magno Jez falls. Oh, backstab as well. Siren wasn't ready for that. Chiron has so much to do here. had to find impact with the AK and pop off, turn that into a clutch round single-handedly. It's the only way they had a timeline to win it. Instead, you've got a low HP Zorte that's forced to save, and Calyx will get a clean defuse with a 5th round now picked up for Eternal Fire on their CT side Endeavor then. So the only weapon you bring into the next is that orb. They do have money. There is cash to work with. The coffers have still got some funds in, so they can rebuy back up and go straight into the fight once again.
Really cool slight change in the tactic of the CT side there. You can see that Major himself was putting himself in the position to try and thwart B. It's clearly a weakened site. Bet Boom have tunneled in. They've got the bullseye painted on that side of the map. A lot of trades haven't gone in their favor. Just pure utility. Just barraging Bet Boom out of the initial direction, forcing the rogue onto A when they get locked down again. This time, though, it's a hit and run. And although Major's forced himself into the shadow, into the con side, to try and find info, it's at the cost of half of his HP. And now that's going to draw away the players. Player also in cam from Okade's position. Flash in, Woxic needs to have impact. Molotov's going to force him off the angle though, but he has one as a parting gift. May very well funnel Siren into the open. He spots the shadow and neutralizes him. Well played by Woxic to retreat just in time.
4 versus 3, you've repelled the attack. The last man to walk off and turn his back is going to be Magno Jez, joining the other two. And setting their crosshairs on a play towards the B site. They're walking in through dark. You've got nades, utilities there, but no flashbang. You've got to go in dry on that front. Timing works. Major pin-pulled on a nade of his own. And he gets splattered. Head cracked open like a watermelon. Calyx looking to spit some seeds towards the back of the site. He's got no bullets left. Man's down and out. Zorte finishes him with a scope. And you're all into a 2v2 then. There is still time to build off of Wakadia. He's been so crisp. If he can slow walk his way up, creep in and find a pick, turn the tides and give them a 1v1, you would have the edge, but time is slowly whittling away in the back. They've got a kit. Utility's there for him, looking for the frag behind the pillar, doesn't know about the angles just yet. Zorte's barrel giving him away. Advances, but the step Vince! That was more than enough warning. Quick turn and a round for Bet Boom.
Yeah, because he was playing alongside the AWP. I think Wakadia felt like he was compelled to make a play. And the time, the fuse on the bomb was starting to run ever so low. Unfortunate for Wakadia, you can sense the frustration. We've all been in positions like that. 5-5 to score, though. It is dead even, but keep in mind, this is certainly a map that lends itself more to T-side success. I was looking at the stats as well there just before, Jackie. Both teams, of course, unsurprising, have a much higher win percentage on their team half as opposed to CT, but it's much more one-sided when it comes to Eternal Fire. 33% of their CT rounds, only a third of their rounds on the CT side, 68.4% on their T half. So the best is yet to come for Eternal Fire. If they can continue to win out here, get a 6th or a 7th round, they are in such a good position for this game.
Scrap towards middle. There's Major. Takes the fight towards Chiron through camera. This is where it gets awkward for Anthony as well. You hit the footsteps, you know they're coming. Timing needs to be good, but the spacing won't matter if Xantares pops his head like that. Okay, then. Falls down to Siren. 60 seconds of time to play with. Bomb miles away. Smacked down towards mid, on the ground by camera, off the back of his fallen teammate. Shots whizzing by. Saw the lineup, Vince was hoping he could strike against Woxic, but the AWP defies him. And a 6th round is secured for Eternal Fire then. Can they get an extra one under the belt here in the 12th and finish this 7-5? Or are we looking at a 6-6 half towards the end of our first?
Judging from a Nova being picked up and a Deagle, you have to heavily favour Eternal Fire here to get a 7th, to punch in a very solid CT side. Tactical timeout has been utilised by Bet Boom. Haven't seen too many timeouts from either of these teams over the duration of this best of 3, I think. We only saw the one on Mirage, which was from Eternal Fire. Didn't really stop anything. Bet Boom didn't use one on Vertigo, which was surprising, considering they got 13 forward. But also, there's a huge sample size over on Anubis for Bet Boom. They've been grinding this map 15 times played over the last 3 months, and only a 40% win rate on their CT side. So in terms of the stats, it doesn't paint a very pretty picture. They did sell that Nova that I was talking about before. Decided to go in for 2 Tech 9s instead. 2 AKs, and they do have an AWP in the hands of Azorsi. So plenty of firepower still. Mid has seen some success, and so many times Eternal Fire have given this one up. This is a great read from Nafani, and already they've got so much room. They've made in moves, they've got intel, and they can try and exploit this to their utmost. This could be the passage of play that sees Betboom get some more success in the T-half. But they've lost Nafani through the smoke.
Oh, Vince. He had the space, found the pathing round the back of the Flames, the backstab that could have won a very important round for Betboom, but it might have just blown up in their face. You could still hope Chiron can find impact. Flash off the angle for Zorte though. Blind, dazed and confused. He does nothing with the scope as Major will be able to upset him. And there's only 3 Ts remaining. These Musketeers aren't close together though. Siren's miles away, Vince. You're setting yourselves up for a late flank hit towards the A site. 3v2 on contact. Wakadi has read it and he's holding the angle towards the beach.
Magno on 4 kills and Siren on 3. Not much success between the two of them thus far in the first half of Anubis. But they will have to rise. Magno should get the drop. Woxic, he's going to be holding his angles here. Playing trigger discipline. Wants to line up 2. There's 1 and a second. Well played by Magno. He's going to open up the site, drops the bomb down to his teammate, and the weapon to trade up to the AWP. He's done everything he could possibly ask, and they have a chance at this 2v3 retake clutch.
Magno Jez. He's had a Herculean effort throughout the series. Is this the round that secures it more than those? Antares goes up for the big frag onto Siren. Mango Jez dropping the molly at the end will burn away Xantares, but it's too late. It won't save them. Calyx remains alive. The 7th is secured, and that's the way the tale ends at the end of the first half. Can Eternal Fire close it down? Find out after the break.
This chemistry, one look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? Huh? There ain't no bother. No, no. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy now. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy now. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near.
And we are back 7-5 at the end of the first half here in the scrap on Anubis. Eternal Fire leading the charge, but barely, Vince. This is one that was really close to call. Is this second half going to look any different? And also another question, really. How many of these pistol rounds are BetBoom going to continue to win?
I love that you called it and referred to it as a scrap, Jackie, because that's exactly how this has felt to me. It's been real back and forth. It's not been clean. We've seen ecos. We've seen dodgy moments from both teams. It's been a real fight. But Eternal Fire, if they can dial in this second pistol, then things open up so nicely for them. The Farley does take a shot, flashbang out to try and draw away a little bit of the pressure, alleviate that, but he's going to be walking into a smoke. They know that two players wrapping around the back, but they've decided they want to go back to A again. It's a three-pronged hit. Camps, Beach, and also A main, all simultaneously. And although Siren stands his ground for one, they need Zortny to go above and beyond. One kill may be good enough, and it has slowed down the pace to allow the Farley to move into Camps, and Magno to spray and pray with the Julies. And although he gets one, his teammate is put down afterwards. Woxic in a 1-on-2 has a chance to clutch here post-plant, but Nafani takes him down. And there's your answer, Jackie. At least one more pistol picked up for BetBoom.
It's madness, isn't it? They've been so consistently good on these pistol rounds throughout the course of this series. It feels like they're always able to take them pretty confidently. Coming into this one, Eternal Fire finally got themselves a pistol round win under the belt. But it seems like both sides are going to be commanding respect, at least, with their CT pistols then. 7-6 being the scoreline. Buy up for both teams happening straight away. Ooh, all right, Chiron. My man's pulling out the auto shotty. XM10. Where's he taking this sick puppy? What's he going to get up to with it? You can play a bit aggressive round towards jail if you want. Down inside a cave as well. If someone walks in, one shot straight to the dome, they're done for. And actually with the read they've got, this could be a drop through mid from the T side, Vince, with how they set themselves up initially. If they don't want to go for the mid gambit and try and push their way in, you've got the smoke to try and fast drop down, fight through dark, and look for the B play. That's not where they want to go. Funnel yourselves into that shotgun, and you are going to be turned into absolute meat for BetBoom.
Oh, you're going to be paced. Pace for the Egyptian gods. It is such a powerful, potent weapon up close, and Anubis has tons of those little off angles up close that are difficult to deal with. It's not easy flash or Molotov angles. Molly tossed down, the finally heard the sound cue of a stampede of terrorists. They push in, and a flashbang is out, gets caught with a nade and gets punished. 2 kills, quick fire for the Turkish team once again. They've neutralized the bomb site. And it will be another post plant on A. And whereas Woxic last time around was on a 1-on-2, now they have the advantage. And it's BetBoom's turn to respect the prowess of Eternal Fire. They will turn tail, back off. XM sees nothing in this round. 8-6 going to be the score.
Free player save. Keep those weapons in fruition at least. That will afford you a buy into the next. Piece it together off the back of it and reinvest the cash at least with the free weapons you've got to work with there. Grand scheme of the round itself though firmly taken by Eternal Fire, so their lead starting to swell. Early doors yet though. Only 2 rounds into the second half, so always room for the reawakening of BetBoom. Eternal Fire on the T side, it feels like they should be able to play with the pace a little bit more as well. Toy with the minds of the CTs here. Opting to bring out the MP9 and the 5.7 with utilities supporting the free weapons that were kept from the previous round. It's not the worst buy to have for BetBoom here. You can definitely pack a punch with this if they play their cards right. Got to be a readjustment from Chiron though. Yeah, he's going to take this round towards the A main setup this time. Sad bit is, Vince, if he was backing towards Dark once again, he'd probably be in the prime angle for this. But luck of the draw, they're going to be going towards B.
Santara's feeling out this defense over on the B side. Just Magno here. 10 kills to his name, having a bit of a resurgence after a quiet Vertigo. HE goes past Major into the high-rotating area, and now behind that, Magno's going to be positioned away. Oh, double headshot for Zorti is going to stand tall, delivers 2 of his own, and is able to back away. He's given his team the advantage, trades weapons to allow Nafani to have the superior M4, and Chiron puts the XM to use. Both of Eternal Fire stuck on the wrong side of the smoke, but they funneled themselves into this. They have a flashbang for Wicadia and Xantares with the AK. Bombs planted for their position, but another smoke in their eyes.
The read from Wicadia. The bullets finding impact. Xantares as well slays the second, but the problem is they're still on the bomb, and Wicadia realizes it. The hurricane from Turkey, Vince, blows them away to give them a ninth.
Holy. That flick into the second kill onto the bomb diffuser is outrageous. Also, his shot pummeling through the smoke for the first one is a thing of beauty. Eternal Fire, what was that, a 2 versus 4, have pulled it off, and Wicadia take a bow. That was sublime. Bet Boom, though, as if it wasn't bad enough already, Jackie. You're winged, you're wounded off the back of a 2v4 post-plan that's not going to your favor. You're now into an eco. You got a Zeus, you got a Deagle, and nothing else to play with.
It's all falling to bits, isn't it? Felt like they were starting to build themselves back up. They could take a few blows, that they were able to actually go toe-to-toe here. But longer the game's gone on, Bet Boom crumbling away. Xantares could be shot in the side of the head if he's not careful. Oh, they pass each other like ships in the night, though. Nafferty goes back round towards beach. You get the smoke out, blocking off the angle for heaven. Makes it uncomfortable. Fight's not looking great with the AK spray. Xantares turns, but still falls to the USP. Real problem is, though, the T's have bled out and got control of the bomb site. And they're still finding impact. Nafany's the last one here. They see the backpack. Calyx looks to end it, and he certainly will. 10 rounds under the belt now, 3 away from closing it down, and that would be the series a win as well. That's them in the upper bracket, staying alive here, knocking Bet Boom down, and then waiting to see which opponent out of Cloud9 or Sashi they'll take on in the upper bracket run. So Eternal Fire, 3 more rounds to find. Can they do it? Bet Boom trailing by 4 now. Investment comes out for the AWP on Zorte. Scope in his hands, Vince. He's looked good with it. I'll be honest, man. Some of the rounds we've seen, Zorte's actually looked really impressive today. He's hitting his flicks, but you've got to go above and beyond now. You need your AWPer to find impact on the CT side of Anubis. He's got to be the difference maker.
Yeah, and even if you are playing really well with the AWP, if you just get bypassed and the other side of the map gets pressured into and just, you know, flops and folds up, there's not much you can do really from the AWPer's perspective. This round has looked a lot better. It's fared much more favorably in favor of Bet Boom. They've got the opening pick. Watson and Towers are both low. Mage's been spotted, should be fragged, but it's down. But now Wicadia shows his hand. 3 kills from the back again from this youngster. He cannot be stopped. Wicadia, in the blink of an eye, turns this round on its head.
Wicked plays from Wicadia. Man's making a world of difference. We spoke about his talent, his impact. We've seen it time and time again for this roster. And single-handedly off the back of the 3K, it seems like he's forced them to wave that white flag and back off, save the round, give it up. 11 on the board now for Eternal Fire, Vince. They're getting dangerously close to closing this one down. Dangerously close to knocking Bet Boom down a peg here in the Esports World Cup EU closed qualifier. That's sick. If you've got Wicadia playing like that, Xantares hitting his shots as well. Hell, honestly, at the minute, Vince, it feels like you could pass the baton for who's going to be good for a multi-kill on this team.
And this is exactly the same kind of feeling I had watching Vertigo, where it was Wicadia, Xantares, both fragging out their minds, getting entries, multi-kills, everything you could ask for. And although Wicadia in particular had a very slow start here on Anubis, man, these last 2 or 3 rounds, he has come alive. You called him the Hurricane. He's blown over. It's a category 5 at this stage. And there's nothing that Bet Boom can do about it. They just have to save. Walks it through the smoke. Just decides to hit and run onto Zorti. Nothing he can do about that. And Eternal Fire have the advantage again. My goodness.
That's the thing about flames, Vince. Heat rises, mate. They just keep going bigger and bigger. Bet Boom can't withstand it. The fire here, betraying Nathany a little bit more literally though. Burning his toes. They hear the audio cue, know exactly where he is, and look to spam in, dealing a ton of damage, leaving him green around the gills. 34 HP. Off-angle setup with the MP9 could be the saving grace. You see a peek from Xantares here, maybe he's good for one. Then you're looking on that instant trade with the MP9. He's seen it. Seen the shoulder and knows to back off, playing on the edge of the window for the drop down. Not looking too clean whatsoever though. The mid-hole crumbles, and that's Eternal Fire losing their grasp. Arcadia has to clap back and have another huge round. They don't know about him, Vince.
Waiting. Oh, the discipline. He gets shut down through the smoke, but he's allowed enough time now for his teammates to get in. Woxic, who kicked off the round through the smoke with a shot, may be called upon to do that very same task again. Just shy of 30 seconds left. Oh, the timing. He's missing out on all these players by milliseconds. So unfortunate. Molotov toss to the back of the side. Calyx goes in for the spray. 10 HP to his name, and there's Chiron in a one-on-one. Shuts it down, but so many casualties means that there won't be much to play with in this next round for BetBoom. And Eternal Fire are balling out of control. $14,500 for Arcadia. Can drop ops across. No problems. Easy rebuy in for EF. BetBoom. They've got another buy here, Jackie. They've got a lifeline. But can they rinse and repeat? Are they able to string these rounds together now?
Is it sustainable? Can they do it time and time again now? Under the pressure of knowing you're running the upper bracket, could be cut short. Woxic with the first pick, and that's a ratio of a kill as well, Vince. Taking down the AWPer on the other side. Zorte has been slain instantly. Siren emitting damage back on the peak towards Arcadia though. Big name player taken down for Eternal Fire. Nathany, he's missing. Oh, the bullet goes wide. Xantares sprays on the money. It's going wrong, Vince. Oh, Xantares, you cannot be doing this.
He was afforded that luxury though by the Farley, just whiffing out on that spray. And the ripple effect, the chaos theory in full effect with that butterfly. As all of the pieces start to make a move into position. The Farley's miss costs 2 players their life, costs the bomb plant, and potentially the entire match. It has to be a save. Magno and Chiron with their M4s going to be holding the periphery of the map, crossing their fingers and hoping for the best. And that will put Eternal Fire onto 5 match points. A chance to book their spot in the upper bracket finals. And they'll play Cloud9 or Sashi. That game right now is dead even. It's 1-1 in terms of map. 3-2 for Sashi. It looks like they should be good to hold on to their weapon here. Magno puts down Calyx. But this is where all the chips have now been put firmly down into the table. BetBoom are all in. And they cannot afford any more mistakes.
You're on your last legs. Making a mistake here is no longer an option. Magno Jez. He's been such a force in key rounds. So impactful over the series. If there was ever a time where he could do something unfathomable, give them that extra upward draft they need, this would be the round for it. Playing a close angle with Famas in his hand, has nades to delay as well if necessary. Calyx gets taken out by Siren. So first pick goes the way of BetBoom at least. CT starting it off on a better footing. And they're debating the quicker rotate already, Vince. Look how many players are grouped up towards camera, just off the back of that smoke towards middle. They could go for the quick rotate wrap round towards B. You'd be in position to try and fight this, but Woxic has seen Magnos. He at least knows where the angle is of one man back towards CT. If he repeaks it, he's a dead man.
Molly's going to do little to bother Woxic here. The flashbang is good, though. Force him off the angle just for a millisecond, and the smoke, more importantly now, puts an end to any prospects of Woxic getting a kill in the foreseeable future. Does funnel away Eternal Fire back into middle. Nafani is going for those shoulder peaks, smoke down. Seems that the gamble on that stack has paid off. They need the smoke to clear it, but the flashbang is good. Nafani gets 2. He's locking it down by himself, and although he may fall to Arcadia's AK, it feels like the damage has been done. It looks good. They're going to save one of those 5 match points. And Woxic alongside Wicadia will say they had tons of surplus cash just a few moments ago. That's no longer the case. With these 2 saved weapons, though, it'll be a comfortable rebuy. And MagnoJez is on the prowl. He's on the hunt. He wants a better weapon than this FAMAS. He wants an AWP or an AK in his hands, and he may very well find it if he continues to push forward. He's checking his angles and doing his due diligence, and he's walking into Acadia, who punishes him. Greed is not good in this encounter.
Oh boy. That boom. Being able to weather for at least another round. You're not that far behind. It's a possibility. But their CT side would really have to be absolutely heroic from this point forward. Leave no stone unturned. Make no mistake going forward here. Eternal Fire straight back into things as well with the weaponry. You've got Woxic looking for the fast pick at mid. Nafany, he gives him the second shot. 2 chances to find the first pick, but it's Wicadia who does damage. Scalp of Chiron claimed. Looking for another man as well on the getaway. The aim's on point. FAMAS from Zorte being used like an AWP here, Vince, but even with the trades, it's not good enough. You're down 2-4, massively outnumbered. It's all on Siren to defend a 1 versus 4 hit from both sides towards the site.
Yeah, this is a rough pass for any player on the planet. The first nearly catches a second with a grenade out, but Major is dotting his I's, crossing his T's, and putting bullets to faces. Now Zorti smoked off. There's an inside screw. I'm going to go out my own terms. I'm going to push. Tons of damage through the smoke, though. He doesn't get anything in return. Spots one. Jumps in. Takes the kill of Calyx. But this is only the beginning of his problems. Once he pushes out, it's into a crossfire. Woxic's crosshair is dialed into his position, and Woxic puts the final nail into the coffin with the AWP. It will be a 2-1. Eternal Fire bounce back after losing the first map 13-4, and they secure it on Anubis.
Wow, a lengthy series then. We thought back at the beginning this was going to be scrappy, with Eternal Fire being the favourites overall. First map, by no means was it favoured to Eternal Fire. They were blown away on Mirage, round in, round out. I mean, you look at the second map, right? Complete flip of the script. Vertigo, they come alive, Vince. All the key players are delivering. They're having big performances. Third and final map here, we saw a close fight between 2 teams. End of the day, though, I'm glad we saw that switch flip for Eternal Fire, because the difference of them going into the third map and playing the quality of CS we expect to see from them, hitting the shots we know they can hit, versus what we saw back on map 1 with Mirage, bodes a whole lot better for them to have that chance to make a run through the entire qualifier, like we thought when looking at it on paper.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both felt like they were the favourites coming into this game. When Magno dropped the 27 kills on Mirage and just destroyed them almost single-handedly, we're like, hold up, wait a second, are we going to see something like really scary? It didn't quite happen that way, and now they've moved through to the upper brackets. They're going to find out who they're playing up against. Obviously, Sashi and Cloud9 are still going at it right now on Mirage, which is their third map. Sashi are slightly in the lead, and Eternal Fire play the winner of that. I think we saw the Dr. Jekyll Mr. Hyde approach from Eternal Fire here. In the very slow start, we were discussing this. We were like, yes, they did great at the major. Are they going to come into this warm? Have they been playing a lot of CS? Have they been taking a bit of time off? It did look like they'd been kind of a bit slow on the start, but momentum was picked up. And Wicadia, man, Xantaros was great, but Wicadia, just a monster this game. Fantastic.
He was wicked sick. He was wicked sick. He wasn't playing Counter-Strike, mate. He was playing Street Fighter, because everything he did was perfect. It was madness. Big up to Eternal Fire on that one. Lot more action to get through, though, of course. Our next game will be up on your screens once it's locked and loaded, when we know the winner between Cloud9 or Sashi. We'll keep you locked in, keep you up to date, and we'll see you in a few moments when the fight carries on here at the Esports World Cup.
It's when my feeling grows, I'm coming back to you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? And fire. Hey, shout it out in words unspoken. Shout it out above. When I step out of the I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still living free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. And you have me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still living free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still living free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna beat, the sound of my heart. It will be alright. Used to make a start. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Set me free. Set me close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feel up in emotions, think I'm losing track. I need you to stay by my side. Feel like I'm floating, comfortably detached. Will you stay if I lose my mind? And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this high. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't wanna lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't wanna lose this. I
It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Where
together. I can feel the fire. One night together, baby, take me higher. You've taken all my love. I just wanna feel your touch, yeah. Oh, it's one night together, baby, take me higher. Oh, it's one night together. I can feel the fire. Oh, it's one night together, baby, take me higher. You're taking all my love. I just wanna feel your touch. Oh, it's one night together. I can feel the fire. One night together, I can feel the fire. One night together, baby, take me higher. You've taken all my love. I just wanna feel your touch, yeah. Oh, it's one night together, baby, take me higher. Oh, it's one night together. I can feel the fire. Oh, it's one night together. Baby, take me higher. You're taking all my love. I just wanna feel your touch. Oh, it's one night together. I can feel the fire.
I can feel your touch, even when you're not here. You mean more than much. Make me see clear, and I can breathe the air. You're my favorite song on the radio. All of me, my spirit and halo. You're my comfort, my rhythm and blues. You're the headlines in the morning news. I carry you wherever I go. You're in my heart till I'm weak and old. I carry you, you brighten my soul, making me glow. I carry you wherever I go.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give it if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let
no secrets. Secrets. 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 No secrets. Secrets.
I'm a wall of danger, and I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. I'm not of the mayhem. I would chase 100 more highs to trade. In it for chaos I'm creating. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. 'Cause I felt this world without you, I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow. And I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way.
wrapping things up for good. Feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, higher, the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire, these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. Higher we fly, higher, the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire, these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
You got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Let's stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing
It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. Beautiful life. Beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history.
Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road. We spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity. Waiting for your call all night and day. Where did we go wrong? Don't wanna wait until you're just a distant memory. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in can't get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yet I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity.
Let's love for the night. Slow dance till the sun comes up. Let's touch under lights. Slow dance till we're high on love, high on love. 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 Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love.
Ooh. morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. Ooh, but I know it's the price that you pay. Ooh, for living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. The time that it takes. Feeling this great is worth the wait. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming.
Hey, we're back again. Have you missed us? Because the action's about to return. In the downtime, when the stream wasn't raging on, we had Cloud9 taking on Sashi. That series is now concluded, and it was Sashi with the upset win over C9, fielding their sub-Vince, who was actually the top performer on the server for them. They were unable to get it done. Sashi have upset them, and that means they move on in the upper bracket to play Eternal Fire.
Yeah, so Cloud9 up against BetBoom. That's a very interesting prospect as well. One of those teams will be going home, of course. I believe that we do have the bracket as well, so we can show you that ourselves. You can see Sashi and Eternal Fire there, Cloud9 and BetBoom at the bottom of the side. And then obviously the losers of the two games that are going to be playing will play in the lower bracket finals and then through to the grand finals, which will be taking place tomorrow. So yeah, that is a bit of a surprise, I suppose you could say. I mean, Sashi, they're a team that has been grinding so hard though, Jackie. Like when you look at their last 3 months, they've played well over 150, 200 maps. These guys have been grinding their asses off. So obviously, you know, the grind is paying off. They're starting to kind of get their flowers now. They're starting to actually make it through into finals, play against some of the best teams, and really show what these guys are capable of doing.
Absolutely, man. You know, a Danish team that's always trying to see how far they can push the limit, right? How far they can go. We always see them in the online qualifiers, trying their luck to make it towards RMRs, towards big tournaments. And they've been no strangers to making it to these portions. They get to closed fairly consistently in a lot of events, but it's making that gap through the closed qualifier to the main event. This time, is it more of a possibility, right? That's a big first scalp to take, winning against Cloud9, but it's the asterisk, right? With a substitute. It's not the full roster. Now you look at Eternal Fire. If there was a game that was going to slip through their fingertips, I feel like it was that initial series. They should come in really in a position to shut this one down now. Eternal Fire will not want to lose this to Sashi. Otherwise, though, you look at it from a different direction, Vince. If you're in the shoes of Sashi, you're probably thinking, well, we can only play who's in front of us. We've still got a lower bracket run potentially if we lose this one. And you can just rise to the occasion. So all they can really do, Vince, is go out there and play their best CS and see how far they can take themselves throughout the closed qualifier.
That's exactly it, man. Like, at the end of the day, this is an experience gathering kind of position, and like if they can make the Esports World Cup and they can go the distance, I mean, this would be amazing for the brand, be amazing for the players, it would be amazing for everyone involved. So this is a kind of a free hit, as you said. Like, you lose this, you're not done in the tournament. You play Cloud9 or BetBoom into the next game. You win this, you've booked yourself actually skipping the next matchup and going straight through to the grand finals, and you can kind of sit back and watch things and see how things unfold. So yeah, and let's also be honest, like Eternal Fire, yes, they got the win in the previous game, but it wasn't a clear-cut victory. Like, the first map, they looked very ordinary, they looked a bit off the pace. We know that Mirage is a map that Sashi are happy to play. That was the third map against Cloud9. They ended up winning that one to make it through to this stage. So I think Eternal Fire, it's one of the better times to play them. They're not quite hitting their A game. Wakadia and Xantaras were fantastic, but the rest of the team was a little bit absent for the most part. So I think they'll be fancying their chances coming into this game. They've got to have full faith in themselves.
You got to just back yourself and hope for the best. We can have a look at the veto as well and see in terms of the battlefield what we're going to be getting out of this one. It's actually quite an interesting one, mate. First pick is going to be Nuke. That's Sashi's. They've earned no stranger at the Nuke. We've seen them play it many, many times. It makes sense. Following that, we get Vertigo again, Eternal Fire's pick. We saw them on Vertigo many times, even today, earlier on. They looked drilled. They were hitting some nice shots, so fair play. already screams like it will be relatively close with the first 2 maps there, but it's an overpass finale as well, Vince. This screams to me that there should be a lot of room for Woxic, someone on Eternal Fire who's had hit and miss moments today, to actually show up massively. The veto really does sort of favour an AWPer that's going to be able to rep themselves.
Yeah, the only surprise for me in this veto, obviously Ancient getting banned, no surprise, that's Eternal Fire's permaban, and Sashi play pretty much everything. They literally have played every map at least 6 or 7 times. Is that actually Sashi banned Anubis? That was quite surprising. It's a map that they play quite a lot. They have a good win rate on, maybe just showing a lot of respect across to Eternal Fire's Anubis, and you know, obviously the fact is if you pick Anubis, you're probably starting CT side. Things can get a little bit grim for you. So maybe that was the reasoning for that pick. But yeah, I completely agree with you, man. I think this is where we need to see Woxic really shine up and show us what he's capable of doing. It's a very good battlefield for him to just do that. The maps actually, I think, really do paint a very interesting picture for us, and one that, on paper at least, should be a close game. I mean, it should be a back and forth nail biter. I'm hoping it's going to be fireworks.
No, I completely agree. I think we're in a good position for this one. It's interesting, obviously, how it's gone, right? For Cloud9, the news of Electronic departing, going to VP, filled the sub, try as hard as they could, lose out on that one. But remember, they were invited directly to close. I'm having a look back now with Sashi's run as well. They had to play an absolute shift, Vince. They had to put the work in to get their way through. You even look at the last 3 games they had in open, at the point where you would reach, you know, the higher rounds where these games are going up on HLTV or facing other tier 1 opposition. You've bested Gamer Legion in a BO1 13-11. You go on to then win your next 2 games as well to qualifier. One of them being a 2-0 versus Guild Eagles. Guild Eagles, I mean, they're no easy team at the best of times, Vince. We've seen, you know, if they're on form, if they're playing a good game and everyone's kind of on the same mindset, Eagles can turn up. So the fact that they've been able to weather the storm this whole way through, you've made it through the open qualifier, and now you're here. Well, this is the perfect scenario for them. You beat Cloud9. Can you beat Eternal Fire? How far does the run go for Sashi, the meat company, looking to pull out the butcher knife here today? We'll find out when we come back in with this one once the game is ready. Join us in a few moments as we kick off Eternal Fire taking on Sashi after this.
you feel like that, I will love you forever. Believe in me. Don't you think like that?
Getting ourselves ready for our second best of 3 of the day. Second time we're going to be seeing Eternal Fire on our screens, Vince, but the first time we'll be seeing Sashi, that have already put up a big run here, making it through Open, taking down Cloud9 and setting themselves up with a BO3 in the upper bracket to try and jump straight to that grand final. If you missed the previous segment, we set you up for it, told you what maps we're going to be working with, and we are starting this off on Nuke, Vince. Sashi's pick. What are you thinking about this one, bud?
I think it's going to be a tough one for Sashi. This is a map that Eternal Fire are very competent on. They have some big wins, obviously against the Mongols, Falcons. They had a narrow loss to G2. They beat RV. So they're playing against like top tier opposition sort of day in, day out when it comes to maps like Nuke, and holding their own for the most part. So I think this is going to be a tough one for Sashi. They're probably going to be starting on the T side as well. That gives Xantares and troops a chance to really stabilize their economy a little bit. But again, they haven't been playing at their A game, and I think there is a way in for Sashi here. They start strong, they keep them down like we saw earlier BetBoom doing on Mirage on the CT side. They have every chance of maybe getting the first map, and at that point, I think the veto gets very interesting.
Oh yeah, it's the sort of tail end of the series where you are a little bit more tantalized, right? If we end up going 1-1, suddenly things get a little bit more interesting, especially if we get towards overpass as a bookend if we need it. That's where I'm kind of wondering how this one's going to play out. If Sashi would have sort of an upper hand that they could slip in, find a bit of an upward draft into the game. A lot of potential storylines. A lot of this obviously rides on Sashi being able to come in as a bit more of a dark horse, have an upset win. You've got to be punching upwards versus a big name in Eternal Fire. Issue is though, Vince, if it starts going wrong, if it starts slipping again in the early rounds, maybe there's room for Sashi to steal away some rounds. But we're kicking it off here on Nuke. We're ready for the action. Eternal Fire on the CT side. Sashi, the Meat Boys, out in the field towards the yard, Vince. They've got the butcher knives. They've got all of the necessary gear. What can they do for us on this pistol round?
They bypassed a lot of the defenses. The problem is it's more of a deep defense that Eternal Fire are going for. Xantares, as ever, with those jewelries, making them work, making pain and suffering across to the opposition. And now Matron, that's close angle. Ooh, the time is actually going to work against him. He gets caught in transition. That's a powerful kill. Xantares now has to try and rip around in 2 different angles, doing a lot of damage, but only the 1 kill in return.
Calix. He's seen a few of the players. Again, what's sick? Ladders are supposed to make you inaccurate. Nobody's told him. He doesn't give a damn. PTK lamps out the first man and leaves them down to a 2v2. Abby with a dualies, firing off the warding shots. Calix looks for the backstab. The off angle makes it uncomfortable. You've got a full commit at some point, and they try to, but Sashi steal it away as they take that pistol round.
And this is exactly the position that we were talking about before. This idea of keeping the economy low, making this a really awkward one, putting Eternal Fire up against it. And one of the top players for Sashi as well, by the way, for those of you that maybe haven't seen these guys play as much, Lucky is the same Lucky that used to play at Astralis. He was super young at that point. He's only 21 now. Statistically, their best player. Definitely a player to watch out for as we progress through into this series. And a lot of people think he got the wrong end of the stick at Astralis, a bit unfortunate. Now he has a chance to turn his fortunes around in his career. and seems to be doing that with Sashi. First kill goes in their favor as they spill downstairs onto the B side.
Playing with speed and hoping that you can just overwhelm the defense. And all things considered, map control has exchanged hands quite clean. There's one player hiding in the site though. As Arcadia up towards the rafters, he had slipped out behind the smoke and looked to make the play, the hidden blade of the team. Not quite delivering. Isn't Cutthroat enough? Major. Ooh. MP9 good for one, but that's all you'll get. Save these weapons, best case scenario, Vince. But he's got to join his teammates. You see how far back both Woxic and Zantares are. They know about the big old bomb radius on Nuke, and Major's got to hightail it to join them. Only way they can save onto these weapons. Let Sashi take two and limp into the next with a scout and an MP9 combo.
I think Sashi also, as we got a bit of downtime here, showing again like, just how stacked the Danish region is with talent. I mean, we saw Ecstatic at the major kind of come out of nowhere from a lot of people's perspectives. Obviously, we've been seeing them a lot online. We've been casting a lot of their games in the lead up to the RMRs, so we knew how strong those guys were. But a lot of people, they were caught off guard by Ecstatic. This Danish kind of plucky underdogs made it through the RMRs. No one gave them the chance. They did it. Made it through the first stage of the major. No one gave them the chance, and they just kept going and kept going. And now you see Sashi, other teams of that sort of lower tier bracket that are really making a run for their money, are playing against top opposition and actually holding in there, getting some wins here and there as well. So it speaks very highly of just how stacked this Danish region is, and how many players there are still around here, especially younger players like this new generation of talent coming through that could be real stays further down the CSGO landscape.
Oh yeah, the optics is definitely there for them. Future looks bright, and they're doing it in the present. You're doing it right now in this qualifier, getting more eyeballs on these players and seeing how far this organization can take things. Obviously one that we've seen many Danish players from all over the scene filter through at this point. A lot of big names have played that. Molly down, fight towards ramp them. Limited weaponry to really repel this one. If Major gets lucky, that's probably your best bet to deal some damage. Lucky slips down into dark, the default plant. Angle's going to be cleared, round towards control room. Nothing for Major. And that's another one in the bag. So first 3 rounds for Sashi. Really quite clean here. Coming out looking damn drilled on their T side initially of Nuke Vince. But how are they going to be shaping up once the Tunnel Fire actually gets some real firepower? I suppose that's the bigger question.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map they played against Cloud9 earlier today. Got a win 13-8 against Cloud9. Of course, again, with the caveat that Alpha is in, and obviously Electronic has moved on to greener pastures at Virtus Pro. Take nothing away from Sashi. A really solid start to this Nuke. Couple of save weapons again. Woxic with the scout. Be interested to see if he holds on to it. I mean, ideally, he'd love to trade up to the AWP here. And it is definitely a significant drop-off to use the scout, but at the same time, you can almost treat this as a bonus round. The problem is that you're treating a bonus round at 0-3 down as opposed to being up, and therefore he will trade up to the AWP. It makes sense. It's a bit of a pill to swallow, though, because it is obviously a hefty investment. It means it's going to be on a lack of utility alongside Calyx. But at least he has that powerful weapon in his hands. Caddy has such good swarm and decides to get towards pressing. Instead posts up close, sprays through the hut, and allows the vent dive from Quez. And he's got down there. I'm not even sure they realized this because there were smokes and flashes tossed in. Calyx, in the meanwhile, I think has just DC'd. So he may have a round restart. I'm not sure what's going to happen at this point.
Thing is, if damage is already done, even if you DC, I'm pretty sure it's a little bit too late on that one. There's already damage done between either team, so first contact rule would come into play. I think the admin would relive it. As far as things are considered here, rulebook-wise, I assume still live as considered. Zantares next man to go down. You've got to roll with the punches here for Eternal Fire. Hope to build back into this one. Woxic, can he patch it together and fix the issue? Scopes down towards the B site. Cabby, meanwhile, is slaying as the headhunter will find that one. Wakadia takes him down. And you've equalized it at least. 48 seconds on the clock. Gets ahead of the Molotov. Woxic, he's got to run back through, though, and takes so much damage. Yeah, he's warming up. A little bit too literally. Lucky looking for the frag. Swings in with one. Whittles them down to a duo. Spamming towards the double doors, Vince. Lots of damage established between everyone. They're all living with paper cuts at this point, but it's down to just Queez in the 1v2.
Tickle the bomb, draw out Arcadia and Major. But be careful what you wish for. The postman hasn't come in, so they know he's going to be pushing up close. But Arcadia, uncharacteristically slow on the draw. Quez now jumping around, tags him through the smoke. 8 seconds left on the clock. At some point, he's going to have to fully commit down on this plant. He's run out of time, and he's making noise. He was anticipating Major to push him. It doesn't come through. And even though Eternal Fire lost Calyx for free, they still win the 4v5.
That's madness. The way that one was played out is ridiculous. You're going to be so much happier that you were at least able to find that, right? Obviously, if you have an issue like that, all you've got to do is just try and play out the round. It's kind of one of those. There's nothing really you can do. You can let it frustrate you, or you just carry on. And they're able to do one better. They win a very important round off the back of it. The individuals show up, heads up AWPing as well in terms of taking that control down towards the control room. Good trades. And for Sashi, we see that they are mortal. They begin to bleed in the series quite early on. Okay. Squeaky is really quite messy, Vince. Calyx is just slaughtering everyone. Bodies across the floor. Trophy room set ablaze as well. And Sashi, well, they're burnt down to just 2 players.
Prevailing, it's tailor-made for those kind of angles. Those sort of mid-range angles where pixels are so deadly. The AUG, that scoped-in weapon, so powerful. Very reminiscent to me of a lot of angles in the game as well. Definitely fits a similar mold. Vicaria is going to make sure that no casualties are forthcoming. Can build up that bank nicely on the side of the Turkish team. And now Sashi, it's their turn to feel the economic burn. They're going to be going in for the buy immediately. Iceberg with the MAC-10. They could afford some Galils and AKs alongside this, but the fact that Eternal Fire are able to just thwart and completely smash that previous round without losing a single player, that's going to do wonders for their confidence. Sashi now going to be just doubting things just that little bit. 3 MAC-10s, run and gun, certainly on the cards here. If they want to go for a fast execute, now is the time.
Nades outside. Walk 6 waiting for a push that's not going to come. The real play is to go for a vent dive. They pull the wall over their eyes. First man slips in, the rest of them round towards ramp. Sick with the body block, misses the shot as well. An Iceberg. He got down the vent. He was the point man, Vince. And he sunk the ship of Wakadia. A round that feels like it really is going to be hard to come back from at this point now. Down from the retake, you're in a 4 versus 5. Smoked off, angles blocked. You've got time, that's the one element to work with. And there's Kit, sure. The grand scheme of the round, you can see that it's them looking to just save it, take it into the next. Sashi biting back instantly. I like the heads up play. You know, that's smart to see. You take the initial fight towards the A site, smokes galore, flashbangs in, they make it sound like multiple players have dropped there. Blocks it. If he hits the shot on ramp, could have been a different story. Instead, it was a calamity, Vince, and the Danes have made this one look easy.
Yeah, I love that they had the confidence to go for 3 MAC-10s and then just run gun it down. Like you said, it was a bit of a misdirected play, a bit of smoke and mirrors for that vent dive. And then a ramp push as well, but I love that they were aggressive. So often I see teams on the T side, they'll go for this kind of like weaponry where it really is tailor-made for aggression, and then they'll kind of sit back until 25 seconds on the clock, and then have to push through smokes and flashes, and it's just a done deal at that stage. Love that Sashi had the kind of courage and the confidence in their own abilities to just press go. Just get in the face of Eternal Fire. Don't show them too much respect. They are beatable. We've seen that today. In large parts, they were struggling in that first game. However, the save does afford them the luxury and a very healthy buy. Woxy getting super aggressive outside. They're waiting for that lineup of smokes outside here, and he's going to spot them coming in. He could get the hit and run, but they have lost the first. Antares goes down to the hands of Iceberg, and he's checked himself red container. Woxy's going to be devastated with that tilted off the face of the
It's a scrappy fight back as well, and Iceberg things. How is he still standing? The immortal Iceberg, 1 HP. Global warming? Nah, he's not bothered, mate. It's not going to affect him. Stands strong and takes down 4 players. Huge round. That's big from Iceberg. A massive response from Sashi as well in this game. You can see they're just playing confidently at the minute. Like, fight after fight, they're going in pretty headstrong, taking their peaks. It's not overly convoluted as well. Like, a lot of the executions we're seeing here on their T side are pretty just calm. You're going for basic setups in terms of quick plays towards bomb sites. You're just playing well in terms of the trades. And it's these fast hits. Eternal Fire looking like they're not really ready for the sheer speed that's been thrown out in some of these rounds. Good to see this is still a trend that will continue though. Eternal Fire, anytime they have an opportunity to use a tactical timeout and think it will help fix things, they go for it. So you like to see that still continuing here. 5-2 scoreline, call in the attack, fix it, see what you want to do going into your next round when you have money, and piece together if they're going to do anything potentially a bit aggressive on this one. Spent a little bit more money than I expected, Vince. You got the pistols to work with. No real offensive utility, mate. But maybe we could be seeing a bit of a lobby crunch here. Something more to catch off Sashi.
Oh, we saw that they were very happy to do the crunches on Anubis. Poor by spec boom, they made that work for them. So definitely have that kind of capability and aggression up their sleeve. It doesn't seem like we're going to see any crunch taking place anytime soon, however. They're more happy and comfortable to sit back and wait with their 5.7s and MP9s, the Eagles. This assortment of weaponry. Sashi really slowing it down. They'll probably have a good read of the situation economically as well and realize that Eternal Fire will be into this kind of a buy. And one of the worst things you can do is push into 5.7s up close and around like this. Take the time to put the advantage in many different facets. As Quez goes in, takes down his first player, so Tares though, a major. Woxic all come in and Woxic with a double. Oh, it's backfired horrifically. Sashi suddenly with just one player left.
The entire site has turned into an abattoir at this point, and it's only Lucky that remains. Lucky by name, will he be lucky by nature? No. Peek round the corner, the crouch catching him off guard. Calix grabs the frag and claims the third round alongside it off the back of the plays from the team there. So Eternal Fire, reading that one like a book. They had the response prepared. Take a bit of a timeout, instantly adjust, and get the snap back to reality. Now look at the difference, Vince. From that previous buy, you've got 3 AKs, an AWP on Woxic, and everyone, chock-a-block on utility. This is where Eternal Fire needs to start continuing these rounds, building them together now. They've armed themselves, and they deal damage.
Nice damage on that grenade. About 50 in total between two players. Quez also taking a little bit of stray damage, but there's Lucky with the AWP. Tares, his woes continue, 3 and 6. The first player he picked off again. Lucky, it's great to see him with the AWP again now, because I do very much vividly remember his days at Astralis where he was maybe thrust and catapulted into the very top level a little bit too soon. Didn't work out for him. A lot of people were extremely harsh, especially considering his very young age at the time. So to see him bounce back here with the AWP and actually having success, it's really cool to see. And hopefully, this Sashi team and Lucky, it's just the beginning of something special. Quest can have Calix taking the rights. Could have even probably gone in for the knife if he felt like it, but just making sure that there was no mistakes, no shenanigans afoot. Woxic gets spotted on his jump outside, but he's against the world. All 4 of Sashi still remain, barring Mr. This will be a very likely 6th round. So it's like Eternal Fire, it's 1 step forward and multiple steps backwards. It's not the first time we've seen this. Just when you think they're about to go on a string of rounds, like with a really convincing round win, it just comes apart at the seams and Sashi wins straight back again. Already 6 rounds on their T half.
The Sashi story. Getting more added to it. This is terrific, guys. I mean, those buys go. An MP7, 2 5.7s, MP9, and M4. Not the dream, is it? Against the very aggressive team we've been seeing here with Sashi, the way they've been playing this one. Looks like you've got the boost set up towards ramps. So Calix plays up top on the elevated angle. Inside of mains, and Tares, he's the only player that really has a rifle with range to it. He's defending for outside, seeing if they're going to be pushing into him. The SMGs favoring those close angles. Major, showing the worth of the MP9. Perfect burst, great timing. Crosshair placement, absolutely pops him. And he's trying to brain them a little bit as well. Fakes the audio cue of dropping down towards the ramp, breaking the glass in control room, and making them think that he's playing for the longevity. He was hoping he could bait them into Calyx here and have a bit of a crossfire on the angle. Ooh, he might overstep the mark. Walks in. Meanwhile, we see a stereo frag towards the other side of the map as well, Vince. So down numbers now, 3-4.
That's so nice from Quez. Even though he got the kill, he's not taking anything for granted. He probably will check the angle, I'd imagine, at some point. Look how cautious he is. So many players just run straight in after that entry frag, and they would get killed by Calyx, but Quez is way too calm, way too collected. But Wakadia, we know what his aim is like. You give him half a chance, he's going to snatch at it. 2v2 now. And there will be a post plant in. Wakadia desperately trying to just deny the bomb plant, but it's planted the wrong side of the silo, so he loses a ton of health in the process, pretty much for nothing in return.
That hurts so much, man. You like the confidence on it, right? And the initiative to go for the play like that, but it's just so unfortunate how much HP is lost. At least it's the AWP. It's not the worst weapon to have low HP with, but time. Time is the real executioner here. The longer this run goes on, the littler they have to try and play with. Moxic on a 5-7 sprints up towards the site. He's already been knocked down to 30 HP. Time is ticked. They'll be able to find the frag, deny it, and pick up a 7th. So Sashi in the post plants looking good. In the anti-ecos looking good. In the pistol rounds looking good. At the minute, the vibe check for the Danes is pretty good, Vince. It seems like everything's working out the way they would want it to. And you need a comeback here. You need some sort of upwards drop towards the end of the first half. Hey, this is the CT side for Eternal Fire. We're already at round 11. It doesn't feel like this game of Nuke's been live for very long, but it's going to be over in a few short rounds at this point. We'll be going into the second half, and you need a buffer. CT side got to do something soon here. Warp out for Woxic at least. Wakadia, he was such a big name player, Vince. You'd love to see him pop off the last few rounds of the half here. Really lead by example, get the team back into their winning ways. Iceberg, he's eaten that bullet, but he's still standing outside.
Yeah, fortunately for him, there was the shield of the box that took the brunt of the damage there. Otherwise, he would have been gone, and that was a centre-back shot. Woxic, though, through the smoke. Iceberg has returned fire, gets revenge. It's a 2-4 trade in favour of Eternal Fire. As they're moving into ramp, Calyx has the angle, can fall back to the site. And now they're playing the mind games instead. They were charging as if they were going to rush down ramp, then decide to slow the pace. Lucky, though, is walking into a crossfire. But maybe it's Eternal Fire that are going to get caught stone cold. Instead, Major and Wakadia, beautiful on the M4s. 3 quickfire headshots. And that will get Eternal Fire their 4th round, and Sashi into a purchase. I think the thing is, though, even if you're Sashi, even if you do lose this next round as well, and you go 7-5, that's still a really solid T-half. And they can be proud of what they've accomplished here.
This is paying off nicely for them. And again, you know, like we were sort of speculating on based on the veto, we were thinking, if you take Nuke, if you show up on Nuke, that's when this series gets really tantalizing. It's those last 2 maps of the series where suddenly it gets a whole lot more punishing. Sashi at the minute in this round, relatively equal trading. He may just got the rotate locked, but sleeping at the wheel somewhat. Delayed reaction on the jump back. Mac 10 makes its move down ramp. Wakadia at least trades 3 versus 3. Mr. still has bomb. Major bleeds back around towards decon doors. He posts up, looking for the peek. Opens it early. Flash to clear the ramp. You could peek from either side. It's the reload in, but it's the backstab. That's what'll shut it down. Site control firmly in their hands now.
Last passage play for Wakadia. Has to go in for it. There is no saving into that second half. Molotov back to the site. Could very well burn Cabby alive, who decides to peek out, try and get a stray bullet before he goes and reaches his demise. But the conclusion of this round is looking more and more likely. Then Sashi can lock it down for an 8-4. Tickles the bomb, tries to draw out a bit of information, tries to draw out one of these Danes into the open. And they're playing it so well. And this half is going to end 8-4. Find out if Eternal Fire can bounce back after this break.
Can't go if it ain't about my dough. Don't go, my phone got my shit on airplane mode. Don't talk no more. Yeah, I heard it over before. So cold, I froze. Only thing on me is gold.
It's when the morning glows. I cannot hide myself from you. It's when my feeling grows. I'm coming back to you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? When I'm with you, I cannot sleep at night, 'cause in my mind there's only you. When I
Nuke continues. Sashi leading by 4 rounds. The Danish demolition squad that have been blowing their way through the entire bracket, Vince, all the way through open. Now here in closed, laying claim to Cloud9 and winning the first half versus Eternal Fire, but can they close the map? That's the bigger picture. We move on to their CT side pistol.
The heavy underdogs in this game. Not just off name value, but also recent performances. Obviously, Eternal Fire going far in the major against the best and brightest, only losing to the eventual winners, and Zantara showing us why. The Terminator has arrived again as he carves a path through 2 heads, but lucky with those Julies is laying down the law.
How does he just continue to do it? Zantara's, he's had 3 of them. 3 P250 pops. And now it's without the Mistar. Oh, there we go. Give him the 4th. Why not? The quad killer is let loose. Oh, mate. What an online-animal. What an absolute animal. Just ruining them. It's one of those. I love it, Vince, right? Pistol rounds these days. If you're playing Nuke, you're on that T side. The P250 drop for your outside player, especially if it's Zantares, it always helps, but it can just feel so good on a pistol like that. Slick moves, backed himself to hit the shots, and makes a world of difference. That's an unbelievable round there for Zantares.
And it felt like every one of those kills as well was just a crisp one-tap. It wasn't like some kind of spray where he hits a stray bullet. Nah, that was all calculated. That was surgical precision from Zantares, and precisely why I was talking about Sashi being the heavy underdogs in this. Major now with that USP, just holding his lines as the spray comes in, fish in a barrel. And Sashi sliced and diced as Major gets another couple of USP kills for a 3K in the round, and Calyx finalizing the full house. But I mean, when you look at HLTV, for example, the stats, 90.4% in favor of Eternal Fire. The odds are so stacked against Sashi, and yet, even though they've just lost these opening 2 rounds of the half, they still have a lead, and they still have every chance to extend that lead once more.
glad to see some bite back from Eternal Fire in the pistol rounds. Today it's been a little bit skewed to their opposition. I believe they've only won 3 of the pistols we've seen them play over the course of the entire day. That's including 3 maps in the previous series versus Betboom. And now here, off the space of the 2 pistols played versus Sashi. Round 15 is live though, minute and 25 on the clock. Sashi already running very low on utility. You've only got 2 smokes, 1 Molotov, and a single flashbang left in the coffers. He's walking up. He's just going to go in right through main, gets around the edge of the smoke. At least Iceberg's able to make the adjustment and find the head.
This is a little bit overwhelming for Eternal Fire. 1 by 1 they walk out, and 1 by 1 they're put into their grave. A mass grave now building up on the A site. I just felt a bit uninspired. Decent counter utility from Sashi, but it felt like Eternal Fire were fully committed. Once they threw in the first couple of flashes, it's like at no point did they think they could halt and pump the brakes. Now Calyx is about to get flanked. Just a matter of moments before he's going to meet his fate at the hands of one of these Danes. In fact, Lucky's deciding to hold off instead. It's because their money isn't great for Sashi, so I can completely understand why they're playing a little bit more cautiously and conservatively with their economy. Perfect sense. And it's a bit of a laboured one, but it's Cabby that comes out ahead, and not a single loss of life on the side of Sashi. The underdogs prevailing and extending their lead by 3 once again.
Close affair. Nice individual performances from key players. Pretty good team CS as well in terms of the initial T-side half that we're seeing from Sashi. And a good resurgence of the second half so far from Eternal Fire. It does lead us to a 9-6 scoreline. Cabby outside prepared for one of the big guns. Wakadia. Statistically, he's looked really good today. Hitting the mark, showing up time and time again in each map. This time he's down in the dirt, so won't be able to find anything to assist the rest of the squad that are funneling themselves outside. Mass exchange of nades. Santaris can drop down, draws out the peak, finds the first, because he know about the second man, peeking over the top of the blue. And he'll be lucky, striking down. Reload timing catches him off guard. Oh, Cabby. He thought he was slick with it. Didn't have his speed cola this morning, Vince. Couldn't get the mag in time.
Yeah, and Calyx was out there. He was waiting. Just a prey coiled, ready to strike. And as soon as he heard that reload, he was just straight in the face. Iceberg, though, could return the favor. He's on the prowl himself now. He's sensing weakness. He's waiting for that trigger discipline. He sees the bomb in the hands of Woxic. Needs the second and lands it. And that should be the round 4 he needs to place. Even if Major can get the pick, he's been spotted, tagged, and the bomb's no longer under his control. Smoke in his eyes will force out a couple of flashes, but there's only one way he can come in, and that's from the garage side. And Quez is going to be very aware of this. Because they have the bomb down, it affords Sashi the luxury of playing around it. But Major has managed to divide and conquer them here. Molotov is perfectly timed. There is no time on the clock. Major has to rush through. 8 seconds left on the timer. Straight onto the site. Going to be planting it down in time. The HG doesn't finish him off. 10 HP to Major. Surely he can't clutch this. Surely it's not possible. 1 bullet and he's dead. He still lands the dink. Oh, but the health advantage really paying off in the end for Sashi. And they'll have their 10th. Great effort from Major, though.
Oh, that's rough. He was basically playing Death Run, Vince. It was like the old classic community mode. Man's running through Molotovs, eating HGs, barely surviving. And like you said, even hit the dink. Even was able to find the reaction shot to still do some damage. Just couldn't get it over the finish line. AK in his hands, he would have been a dead man every time. Instead, it's another round for Sashi. And they're getting pretty close to claiming their map pick. The first map in the series, the first win under their belt in the upper bracket. Big show for them. And nades to play with again here, far more limited for Eternal Fire. You're broken with the cash, so it's an investment into lighter weapons, your Tech 9s, Galils, couple SMGs. Very limited utility as well. Double flash and the smokes to back it up. Molotov off towards ramp initially. They're trying to jiggle peek it, see if they could bait a face around the corner. And that's Antares with the one hero AK as well. So probably don't want to run the risk of running into him in a round like this. CTs necessarily don't need to get too aggressive at this point. It's more an Eternal Fire to set the pace of the game, Vince, and they're hoping that Sashi will push in, go for a lobby crunch. Oh, Major just up on Silo, takes the fight, I guess. Just gone down to Cabby outside. That's a rough opener.
Eternal Fire have looked a little bit useless on these two sides, I've got to be honest. Haven't seen too much in terms of a plan B or plan C, which is very surprising considering that Major is typically one of those in-game leaders that's always thinking. He's always got something up his sleeve. I found a little bit wanting today here on Nuke so far on the T-half. Sashi playing it well. Need to hold their ground though, they're about to be aggressed on downstairs. 3 of the 4 making moves in. Quez and Cabby here. The latter of which is tagged down to 13. Quez not fully healthy. Maybe a Tech 9 or Galil Stray Bullet could finish him off to the dome. And Wicadia is making moves with his Mac 10. There's only 15 seconds left on the clock though. The Eternal Fire have got to pressure in. They've got to push in. And both of the key defenders have fell. Both of them have put down now that the Mac 10 spray comes in. There's enough time for the plant. They're holding it down. Suddenly Lucky with his AWP is all that remains. Eternal Fire may have just snatched this round away.
The eternal part of their name reigning true in this one then at least. Not going to be giving up the 11th and allowing Sashi to climb ever closer to closing this one down. It's the Turkish team piecing it together for a 7th round. It always feels like this is the nature of Eternal Fire matchups. When someone else's map pick, it's a bit slow. Feels like it's the late game, it's the long con, it's the important clutch rounds where they come alive the longer the game goes on. Only a stone's throw away from equalizing it. There's been some individual pop-offs from Sashi. You need one in a round like this. You think about the buy they're trying to piece together. Keep the 2 weapons you had previously, so AWP in the hands of Lucky. Everyone else building up around that as well with the 5-7s. Offensive utilities there. You've got a couple of HEs. Lucky actually posts himself up towards ramp. He's fast up on box. So they respond with a bombardment towards the A side. Straight out, 1-for-1 trades. Back from Cabby for another one. Calyx looking for the push. Oh, this Molly could ruin the bits.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? That's the key that's just unlocked this round. Or potentially locked the door in the face of Sashi, depending on which way you look at it. The Molly pretty much just puts an end to this round, because even if Sashi can congregate back over onto main, there's another smoke down, they have another Molotov in the hands of Zentares. They've actually just double smoked main, I believe. Or maybe the second one went onto Squeaky. It actually went onto Squeaky door. So they're locking down all their angles. By the time these smokes have cleared, there's not going to be enough time for anyone barring Lucky to go for the defuse. And they don't want to potentially throw the AWP away. Like, they're playing for the bigger picture here. They're playing for the fact that they're still going to have a 10-8 lead. So this round's a done deal. Great Molotov. Eternal Fire making a real go of this. 2 players go down with the ship. And Wicadia may be able to join them if he gets peeked. Nope, just about holds on for dear life.
Limited firepower once again from the CT side then. It seems like playing with speed. Antares. Good muscle memory. Great read with the timing. Traces through the smoke and is able to find that pickup onto Lucky. So giving him an opening frag to work with again here. The angle. Oh, he thought he had owned them. You see the peek in from Wicadia though. Start step around the corner, make it uncomfortable. Crouching down to throw the hitbox off. Hits that head. And the cleaner they do this, the more success they're finding into this round. That's really what you're looking at here. Try and play this one out as nicely as possible. Don't take casualties on that T side. Can't afford them. Start doing it tightly here. Responds back with a 5-7's good for at least one frag, Vince. I don't know much more they'll really find here. Iceberg with the AWP in his hand. He's probably thinking about the next round already.
Yeah, I think you've got to cast your mind to the next round here if you are Sashi. Going into the take. Very unlikely to yield much other than a couple more injuries. As Cabby finds out firsthand, bullet passes between his eyes. Iceberg is going to try and hold on to this AWP. With the saved AWP, they could justify another buy here. Round loss is a bit all over the place because the teams have been trading back and forth rounds, but Eternal Fire, this will be their third on the bounce. And down comes Major. Oh, the timing for Iceberg. He has to now move back towards the site. What could finish him off? And indeed it shall. Major was putting the Molotov down just to make sure Iceberg could not live to tell the tale. So no safe guns is going to put a lot more strain on the economy. Tactical timeout has now been utilized by Sashi to figure out where to go next. And Eternal Fire starting to string together some success. Starting to find a path. I mentioned before how this was a bit flat, Jackie, on the T side. Well, Major's now finding the winning formula. And that's always the mark of a truly great IGL. Even if things aren't going your way, can you unlock the weakness? Can you figure out how to best move forward?
And these timeouts have been worth their weight in gold for Eternal Fire throughout this very qualifier. So for Sashi, will there be a bit of magic in the old timeout? Help him out just enough to close down Nuke. Let him start to think about the bigger potential of the series. What Vertigo could hold for them. I'm worried again about the utilities of that CT side though. All the offensive nades instantly thrown out. So trying to buy time off the back of the pre-mollies, you've got to do it. You've got to do the default down towards Squeaky, down towards main, just in case they go for the fast array hit, meaning they're dry and just onto the smokes. You've got 4 smokes to work with. Minute and 30 seconds on the clock, so they're going to be a bit more reserved in wanting to throw these out. Cabby could look for a backstab here, depending on the fade from the smoke, but it almost feels like there was no communication. They've been able to bleed their way round, straight in through main, look for the pick onto Major towards the top of the hut, and now you're down to a 4v4 with what looks like a late hit towards the A side.
Oh, timing here. Zantara should be a dead man. Down he goes. Could force the hand of Eternal Fire to get aggressive out on A and try and play off Vertigo, but he's taking so much damage. Peppered through the vents and no one was there to help him. Now they're going to wide swing, finding Mister. Molotov designated to vents. Going to be going down here. Cabby has to push upwards. He can hide on the ladder. It's not going to singe him, and that could catch Calyx off guard. May not be anticipating a fast rotational flank here, but Woxic is going to have impact. He's going to be bested by that 2-player peak, and there is Quez from range. Sashi get back into winning ways. 11-9 now the scoreline. Post-plant affords another buy for Eternal Fire. But Sashi not going to go down without a fight. They have every opportunity to take this first map still, even if the last 5-10 minutes has been pretty one-sided in favor of the Turkish team.
Only counts if they can complete the comeback. Otherwise, Sashi won't give a damn how close the game got. They'll only be bothered if they lose this one. That's a far slipperier slope. The outcome of Sashi losing Nuke is what makes me think this series could be a 2-0 for Eternal Fire. If Sashi are able to pick up Nuke, it becomes an open court. Again, potentially could go all 3 maps. Them looking for an upset win here. Their second upset win in BO3s for the Esports World Cup qualifiers for Europe. We're expecting Cloud9. Bombardment on the site, skylights used to throw in the HEs, the Molotovs, force them out of the default angles, missed up. Play on the back angle, behind the box. It's an off angle and works in favor of Xantares. Instant shot connects, clearing out CT vent with a Molotov as well. But they're not coming from there. They're trying to make their way back in through the nest. And there's an Iceberg lurking around the corner. Instant 1-for-1 trade. The battle carries on as we're ripped down to a 3v2. And they're both trapped again towards the nest, Vince.
Eternal Fire, they've been in these positions so many times, making sure they don't rush this one in. Smoke to main, post plant coming through, and Sashi have to save. They've already given this one up. Yes, they have a kit, they've got a bit of utility alongside them, but there's 3 healthy players up against them. And they're thinking more about their own economy at this point. So Eternal Fire, brisk entry frag. Xantaras and Wakadi are both getting involved in the action alongside Calyx. And this game has been a real game of cat and mouse. Like, you know, we were talking about Sashi coming in, probably one of the better times to play Eternal Fire. They're not looking like they're on their A game. Some really impressive fragging in that first half from Quez in particular. Iceberg having a lot of impact as well. It's neck and neck. It's anybody's game.
Terrorists win.
I just wonder if maybe Sashi are running out of steam now. Maybe Major has figured out that this A site is the one where some of the weaknesses lay. And this is the one they're going to have to try and exploit.
Gotta dig really deep. Super important round for the Danish side. Need hero play. You need someone to make a difference. He's playing very aggressive towards outside. Walking the whole way up. He's gone contact. He's tucked himself into the off angle. No one's cleared it. Trigger discipline. Oh my god. He's trying to fish for as many as he could, Vince. He wanted to get himself a hat trick. Instead he gets shot straight in the face. Wakadia, the man, spots him. Turns and burns. And that one kill might be enough to stop Sashi making it the match point. The difference of that angle, that trigger discipline play, if he finds a multi-kill from that position, oh boy, the Danes would have been living it. Instead, it's the Turkish Terminators of Eternal Fire that are looking to tackle this one with ease. Dispatching the CTs one by one. Xantares flicking all over the shop, but still fragging.
I wonder if that... It does look really awkward for Lucky, right? But I wonder if one of the reasons why he was so content to let as many players walk into the net as possible before he pulled it underneath Eternal Fire is because he knew, right, we've only got 2 rifles. Him and Quez had the 2 rifles in play. I have to try and maximize any potential that I have. Wakadi, that is a disgusting drive-by headshot on no HP. That is filthy. This guy is just such a monster. He's done it again, because why not? Anubis wasn't enough for this man. His bloodlust has not been satiated. He wants more prey, more victims. And they're feeding it to him one by one. But it felt like Lucky was trying too hard to have like that hero play rather than just snatch the life away and put his team into an advantageous position, even if it was just for a couple of moments. It's really unfortunate though. I can see exactly what he was going for. Sometimes it does backfire though. And that was one of those moments.
That's the problem, man. It hurts as well because in your mind you're like, why has he cleared it? Why has he cleared it? His first teammate didn't check it. Why has the second teammate checked it? It infuriates you in those kind of positions. Obviously, he's trying to play it smart, right? Like higher IQ. If I don't reveal my position, I can set up for a multi-kill, make a whole difference, make a round-winning play rather than a one-for-one trade that results in outside control being the tease. But God, that hurts. That's a round you need to forget about. Lucky. He could make up for the previous round right here and now, though, as this is the big one. This is the big ticket item. Both teams at 11 rounds on the board. First to match point if you claim this one in the first map of the series. And Lucky, no over-aggression yet, hasn't spammed. He's waiting, hasn't had an inkling to try and deal damage, and might not even be aware of how many men are slipping through that smoke right now to make their move down through Secret towards the B bomb site. Cabby had the headshot angle, but he backpedals, plays on the off-angle position by the box towards Decon. Oh, Vince, 50 seconds on the clock, mate. This is going to be scrappy.
Oh, yeah. It's going to fall into the same kind of feeling that we've seen throughout this entire map. Scrappy, close-range combat, everything being thrown in, and Cabby is going to have the world up against him. He can't even get one. His crosshair found itself nestled between 2 players. Quez at least going to keep them honest. Xantares picked off. Major should get picked from outside, but Iceberg's timing could work against him. Oh, if he gets shut down by Major, he's going to be devastated. He's going to be gutted. And he has gone back out again. And he has a good read of the situation, though. Should be getting Major, but Major still puts him down in his place. Oh, Iceberg must be so confused. What the hell's going on?
Oh, mate. Less iceberg, more Titanic on that one. That's rough, but even had the comeback for the re-peek outside, see if he could take the fight. A major has absolutely done him. Sashi consistently keeping themselves in the game, round after round. And this could be the worst case scenario. If Major's able to rip weapons out of their hands before the end of this one, Cardia also trying his luck, flashed over the top, just sprays there, but it won't deliver. They needed that. They needed to stay alive. You get 3 players still alive and kicking going into this following round. Last round, by the way. If you don't win this, we're not going to overtime. If Sashi can't find this one, so it's damn lucky they were able to keep 3 weapons in fruition here. It means they can get a full buyout going into the 24th. They've had some big rounds, Vince. Individual performances have been there for them. Is it a stone's throw too far? Is the comeback for Eternal Fire about to be completed and they will steal away Nuke? Could start with a very quick round. All of the utility thrown out towards the A site initially. Molotovs, HE's trying to force them out of position. Santares posturing towards the ramp as well. The Danes need to withstand this next test.
And what is going to sting so much if they let this one slip is that they could have won some of these rounds, Jackie. Like, they weren't impossible. They had their opportunities. They had their moments. Eternal Fire have not been playing, I wouldn't even say in their B game, considering how solid they looked at the major. But now Zantares awakening from his slumber. Major himself is having some really big rounds. And that is the fast track down onto the B site as they're watching their back. Iceberg is here, but he's the only CT. Tries to open his account before the smoke fades, but Calyx is there to dust off the cobwebs. And it's looking like a GG in favor of Eternal Fire on Sashi's choice of map.
Sashi fought so hard. Came so close to winning this one. He felt like it was destined to be with the plays that they were making throughout the course of Nuke, but now it goes down to a 2v4. And with time ticked so far, everything stacked against you. It's only a matter of seconds before it's all said and done. They realise that it's about to fall away from them. Mister tries to amp up the speed a little bit, but he's not got time for this. 1 versus 3, headshot from Wakadia. Eternal Fire take 13, Vince, and find that first map. Oh, but that's got to be soul-crushing for Sashi.
The heavy underdogs coming into the game, as mentioned before, and you narrowly lost out, and you had your opportunities. You had a good first half. There was a lot of these scrappy. We mentioned scrappy multiple times, but that's really the only description I can think of what we've just watched. I mean, it was so back and forth. It was so up in the air. It would just take a couple of moments there for, you know, checking certain angles. Lucky got unfortunate a couple of times that could have easily turned things back around in their favor. I think Sashi are going to be devastated. But on the other hand, Jackie, like, I'll try and take the positives out of every situation. This is no different. You nearly beat Eternal Fire. Like, you could have won that. You probably should have won that. And in that, there are positives to be had. Like, you weren't outplayed. They showed very little respect to Eternal Fire in the first 6 or 7 rounds and got a lot of success on that T-half. And there's going to be things that they can come through into the second map thinking, right, okay, we can actually go blow for blow with these guys. We're not completely outclassed.
The only bit that worries me with that, though, is I feel like if you had Nuke at least, right, as that safety net, then Vertigo, maybe it'd be a bit of a different battlefield. What worries me is that veto, Vince. You think about Vertigo for the second map, right? If Eternal Fire come out swinging, if they're feeling confident, like, okay, that was our close game, but it's their map pick. Now we play Vertigo, boys. Let's play our game. It really could be a kettle of worms that you don't want to open up if you're that Danish side. That's rough, though. Some crazy timings. In terms of the 1v1s, I think that game had so many moments that, you know, it could have been the Danes. It could have been the Danes if you were talking about 1 or 2 milliseconds difference in terms of some of the positioning. Some of the angles that we saw cleared from Eternal Fire just felt like they were really doing their homework going into that one, Vince.
I completely agree with you, Jackie. It was a matter of milliseconds, as so often the case in CS. But you're going to have to wait a few more before we get into our second map, because we do have a break coming up. And then it's going to be Vertigo and see if maybe Sashi can keep themselves alive in this best of 3.
You're in my heart till I'm weak and old. I carry you, you brighten my soul, making me glow. I carry you wherever I go. I can see your face in a crowd of millions. No one can take your place.
Nuke at this point is a distant memory for Eternal Fire, but it's probably one that's still living in the minds of the Danes, Vince. Unbelievably close, down to the space of 1 round between them being able to actually pick it up and Eternal Fire closing it down. Some crazy timings, tight 1v1s, and a lot of confidence shown from them. That's something that's been winning them games again and again and again. But they lose the first map. It's a best of 3, Vince. We've still got 2 more maps ahead of us, potentially. What do you think about this one, mate? I mean, Sashi looked pretty damn mean. They seemed like they were coming out strong, but we're going to Vertigo for map 2.
Yeah, for me, that's kind of the concern, right? It's like we were discussing that if they win Nuke, it gets really interesting because I personally favor Eternal Fire to take Vertigo. I think from what we saw earlier, the 13-4 win they got looked very good. We're talking about scrappy, close-knit sort of 2v2s. They got tons of those against BetBoom. It was 6 consecutive 2v2, 3v2 retakes that they got on the CT side. So it's not going to get any easier for Sashi at this point. I hope they can reset mentally. I hope they can put that to the back of their minds and focus on the positives, as I mentioned before, about the fact that they did take Xantares and the rest of these guys, these legendary Turkish players, to their distance and nearly beat them, rather than beating yourself up about what could have been. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think getting a good start, though, on this CT side, I assume they're going to start CT side, is really important. If they start losing sort of 4 or 5 rounds, they can't stabilize. I think that's where this starts to get out of control really quick.
100%. I think there's a timeline here as well, especially for Eternal Fire, where the game plan probably is come out swinging first few rounds and just absolutely set the pace of the game, try and take that confidence and aggression to them immediately from the get-go, see if that catches them off guard. Yeah, I think the series gets a whole lot harder here. You know, worst case, right, if Eternal Fire somehow let this one slip as well, it's an overpass decider. That's what we've got waiting in the wings if we need it as the 3rd map on this one. Honestly, for Eternal Fire, though, I feel like at this point, you probably just want to try and put the day to bed, Vince, really. See if you can guarantee those tickets straight into the grand final to play for that 1 spot tomorrow and save yourself the energy as well, of course, because that would mean you only have to play the 1 BO3 tomorrow rather than the timeline of multiple games where your energy's low. You get into a position where maybe, you know, you could have really gone toe-to-toe, but you've drained your resources by the time of the second series of the day. So, tidbit for them. I think they're probably going to come out swinging on this one. Look to close it in 2. I think we needed Nuke for the Danes if this was going all the way to the decider, mate.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree with you. It's why I was saying that I think Nuke is a real chance. Maybe that Sashi can take us into a 3rd map. 3rd map, of course, would have been Overpass. The reason I say that is because I think Overpass is a bit of a coin flip between these 2 teams. I think when you look at it statistically, you look at the teams they're playing, it's a very close one. It's not typically one of, you know, Eternal Fire's best maps by any stretch of the imagination. I wouldn't say it's up there as one of their sort of top 2. So at that point, it would have been possible. But Vertigo, a map that it's not just the case of Eternal Fire being strong because of what we saw earlier against BetBoom. They're consistently beating and getting close to the top teams on the planet when it comes to Vertigo. They're taking all of these teams to their absolute limits. And so that's where I feel like maybe Sashi are about to be dragged into very deep, murky waters. And it's whether they can swim or not is yet to be seen.
Can they swim on floor 52 of the Vertigo tower? Here it is. How long have they been building this tower now, Vince? 1.6? What was that? Like, we're talking sort of 97? It's been about 20, 25 years, nearly 30 years. They're going to finish this at some point? Maybe. One day Vertigo will have its construction completed. Slowest map development ever. But we're into it. Let's see where it will go. Sashi taking on Eternal Fire then. Okay. Well, taking on most of Sashi, as already Cabby gets his head popped and Iceberg looks to defend. This fast play is coming towards the A side. Okay, starting to trade a little bit more now at least. T side do clap back, but it's Quiz and Mister that reply. All down to Calix. Single tag in the molly as well. 1v2 for the pistol to kick things off.
Holy Quez, that was some disgusting aim. Fast flick on the 2nd player. And this looked, for all intents and purposes, like it was going to be a very straightforward Turkish round. The Turkish flag being planted on the top of Vertigo. Instead, Calix now has to clutch. They'll do just that. Returns the favor. 2 crispy headshots. And Eternal Fire take it all the same. Oh, that is a backbreaker for Sashi. But what a beautiful passage of play from Calix.
That's mad. Wow. Calyx, man. Okay, nice shots, and especially like when kind of, you know, the idea really is if you falter, if you lose them that pistol round, you're going to give so much stock to Sashi to see how much of a buffer they can build on their CT side. Instead, you absolutely ruin any possibility of that. You remove their initial sort of wave of hype as well, and that's going to get the blood pumping for Eternal Fire. That's a feel-good round. Team speak, everyone's going to be hyped up. They're going to be gassing each other up from that clutch. And now you come into the second with a huge advantage. Far better firepower, more map control. And you'd assume them being able to set some dominance here. This looks a little bit scrappy though. I mean, you're forced back from the stairs. First 2 bits of combat here didn't look clean whatsoever. Calyx on the flick off, still finding shots, but it's only towards the feet. Can't quite commit on the kills just yet. Yeah, all right. I mean, they've isolated them and found where exactly the CTs are, so Bomb can wrap off and get a plant in. But Woxic might be walking into the trap. Well, I mean, maybe not a trap anymore. I doesn't think it's really going to bother him that much at all, Vince. Both of the frags found on the Glock, and Eternal Fire with 2 rounds. Had some uncomfortable moments, but they'll be happy with taking the round.
Yeah, it was like a trap, but it turned out it was made of paper. It's like, haha, I got you. And then just nothing happens. It's like, oh, okay. It was
like,
a dud.
have you seen those videos where people put like not polystyrene, what's it called? Like cling film, and it will hold on to like a door.
Yeah.
And then the cats come running in, and the cat like smashes into the cling film. And he's like, what's going on? It's invisible.
Just the straight look of confusion on the cat's face. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't quite work as well with a human, though, as Sashi just found out firsthand. But they are able to come back in with rifles, so that was the start of this is the main course. The audacity of David to go for that wide swing, and he is punished by Cabby alongside Wicadia. This is more of a bonus round. They sent their 2 expendable players out first, and now it's the AKs. But they were hoping for at least 1 kill in that confrontation. Nothing forthcoming allows Sashi to have a very powerful crossfire, and they don't need to retreat any players over from the other side of the map. So Sashi can hold into positions. They've got the 2 picks they were looking for. Now they can sit back and wait.
Re-smoke looms. Playing disciplined and seeing if there will be an overextension, if the CTs will give you a way in. He's got a bit of a read on the angle here. He was ready for the fight. Wanted to swing towards sight, see if he could lop the head off the first man. You need a couple of picks. They're going to go for a triple prong peek back. CTs heavy committing on this one. Woxic with 2 frags, but it's a double up from Lucky in the first round for Sashi when it comes to the ramp attack.
Yeah, a very comfortable and confident stack as well. And hold in the end. Very aggressive wide swing from Major was punished. But they can go back in for another bite. It's not going to be ideal. Mac 10, Tech 9. Not sure what Calyx has. May have been dropped to weapon. No, it's only a P250, so very rough indeed. Eternal Fire still have some pieces to play with. And I was just looking at some of the, you know, we were talking before about how Eternal Fire only play against sort of banger teams when it comes to Vertigo, as opposed to Sashi, who are playing all over the place. These guys are really grinding. You got to respect the work ethic these guys are putting in. But really, the notable wins, if you're looking at Sashi, is like they've got a win against Guild Eagles, Game of Legion. These are 2 legit wins, and that's their last 2 games, by the way, on Vertigo. Both 13-11s in the Esports World Cup, previously in the qualification games, as you were highlighting before. Whereas Eternal Fire are playing against VP, Mouse, Heroic, Mouse again. Like, there's no tier 2, tier 3 teams that are playing on Vertigo, and they're typically winning out, and if they're not, they're really close games. 2 ridiculous entry frags from Xantaras in the meanwhile, and that's just going to open up a free site, and that just might be a save. Jackie, I honestly did not see that coming at all.
I don't think Sashi did either, mate. By the time they had seen Xantares, they were already on the death screen and waiting to respawn going into the next round. That's what it feels like for Sashi overall as well. You got to wait and go next, as this will be Eternal Fire's guaranteed now. 3rd for them. Lucky catches 1 on the hunt. Limited money there, so you don't want to throw too many eggs into the basket and make it costly for yourselves, but just a single hunt from Wicadia can be afforded. He doesn't get anything from it, so we go in for the save. 4 players from the T side bringing their weapons into the next, and of course Sashi with a triple threat that hold towards the A site, bringing those weapons over. They can still muster up a pretty comfortable buy off the back of it, at least, with a 3-weapon save. You'll be able to piece together the gaps on the 2 players and have utility, which will be more important for them. Whereas Eternal Fire, they're reset and ready to go once again. Hitting some nice shots as well, man. You know, you Calyx on that pistol round. That's a big one. That's going to get you amped up. For Xantares to then just smooth roll his way in when you get into your first full gun as well, that's big. Everything they would ask for at the minute going their way. Sashi needs to get some momentum early. Fight towards the ramp once again. Vertigo with 2 frags. Assisted by Woxic on a spam through the smoke, reading it like a book and finding Cabby. That's a 3-player set up on the ramp, Vince, and it looks like there was no one there. They've put out the welcome mat and invited them in.
2 rounds in a row as well, Jackie. Like, no chill, just rush straight up 2 massive entries, rounds done. Sashi have to save again. Like, they're not even getting a chance to play right now. And Mr. and Quez are just sort of like, alright, fair enough, well, save it is then, I guess. We just have to go back and just hope that we don't get hunted down. Looks like Xantara's having some issues.
I was going to say, like, what's happened here? Is he tabbed out? Is his mouse broken? Or... Because he can still move, but he can't turn directions. He's just using his movement a little bit. I don't know what's happened there.
I was scared when I saw him walking towards the edge. I'm like, don't do it, Xantares, please.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it, please. Oh, man. Yeah, all right. Well, at least it happened after he had found the track and got in towards the site. Oh, mate. Ricardo added numbers to that one as well. I mean, to be fair, the first 2 shots he got off were actually sickening as well, so he deserves the extra stat padding.
I just love how, there we go. Okay, that's kind of what we were expecting, right? Like, the writing was on the wall with his movement. At first, I thought he might just be, because the round was done, he might be itching his head or something and just moving away, anticipating the bomb blast radius, but now he's had a DC, so...
No, I did think, like, maybe there's a timeline where he's actually kind of just gone, well, Ricardo's owned them, just, like, ego tabbed out, you know? He's just like, all right, I'll just wait for this one to finish.
Oh, this young guy showing me up. I want these kills.
Yeah, could you imagine? Just getting really frustrated. If you keep taking all the kills, I'm going to tab out. I'm not playing. To be fair, that would only happen in a UK CS team.
True. Actually true.
I literally remember there was like one iteration of an endpoint lineup with Imi as the IGL, where he just stopped calling halfway through the game to prove a point that they would lose if he stopped calling. And it's like, yeah, well, obviously, if the IGL stops calling, you're probably going to lose. They're playing a cash official in like one of the, it was like, you know, UK league back in the day. And he literally just in spawn goes, that's it, someone else call, I'm done.
That's such UKCS, isn't it? Like, it actually is.
Max, you call. And now Mighty Max is an IGL. So you know what? Maybe it paved the way for the future Vince.
Damn, next level, yeah. Max now is really making a name for himself as an IGL. So maybe he was just a few steps ahead, you know?
It's the only way. To become a good IGL, halfway through an official game you need to win. You just got to be told, you call, I'm done.
Is he a scouser by any chance?
He is, yeah. Oh, mate. Hilarious character. Great mind, the UK Counter-Strike scene. Not around these days anymore, doesn't compete, but was very good at the time. Had a really good like read on the game, actually. It was super interesting to watch how he'd get teams to play. This is one that's probably not going to be as interesting if you queeze. It feels like you're just going to get absolutely overwhelmed and slumped out on the push. The rest of his team is gambling for a stack towards the A site, hoping they're going to be coming in. But they've led you down the river. And this real play is the B hit. Jump up timing's not going to work. Xantares with the entry. They're all here though. Oh, they can fight for it, and it's at least a 1-for-1 trade in the initial scrap. Otherwise, though, it's all looking pretty clean now. Lucky's the only one left. 1v3. 100 HP to his name. Retake not going to go his way as Major slays.
It's a nice try, but I guess on the same side, you're thinking if you're Sashi, like, ah, man, we stacked the right site, we had good positions, and we still got smashed. Just nothing goes in our favor at all. 5-1 already. Eternal Fire off to the races. I just love, by the way, as a side point, you know, we've been waxing lyrical about Ricardo and how great this guy's been. I love how aggressive he plays, man. Like, there's this certain zest and this sort of a pip in his step where he just runs around corners and he has such confidence in his own abilities. And it's a far cry, because I remember when he first burst onto the scene, he was first picked up by Eternal Fire as Major is caught with a grenade out in his hands. He was very tentative, he was very cautious, very careful. I think Major's really sparked this kind of igniting aggression that has allowed Wicadia to really step up and elevate his levels.
Yeah, no, he's super sick to watch, man. Oh, this is rough, though. I mean, all of these A-ramp hits have been fairly consistent and clean for Eternal Fire. This is one that looks far better, though, for Sashi. You've repelled the defense. You've been able to make it incredibly costly. Probably a round they can actually get through with only the 2 casualties, as long as they find Calyx here. Off angle. Didn't see this one in play too commonly. Obviously, this is kind of the drawback of it, right? He's got to uncrouch to peek just in case they're coming through the connector around through the B side, so it does make it a little bit less good. But yeah, in reality, for the CT side, throwing these weapons away is the worst part. Oh, Lucky spotted him. That's the info.
Could do without losing another player here, though. Money's not good for Sashi. There we go, Whiter, and finally finishes him off. Also, just love that we're, you know, saying how great Wicadia is. Immediately dies, of course. The second I've finished my sentence, he just gets killed.
You get
Classic.
Immediately. Oh, dude, yeah, it is wild, though. Like, it was really interesting hearing how Major would talk about him as a player as well, where he was saying that, like, the reason why they wanted to play with Wicadia is because whenever he'd see him in pubs or whenever something would go wrong, whenever he'd make a mistake, that same mistake would never happen again. He was saying how he's a really talented player in the sense that high-level concepts about Counter-Strike, when he was taught them once, they would stick. It's like they'd stay in his mind. And if he was ever told, you know, here's why you shouldn't do that, there was no ego. There was immediately the adjustment. So Wicadia, that will to improve that Major was so impressed by. Clearly one of the reasons why he's able to excel himself so far. It's not only natural talent, it's also the ability to adjust your playstyle. Never think that you already are at the peak of your game. He's peaking at the minute, though, in this one, Vince. It's a scrappy round in terms of the push out towards B, and the CTs give up the initial defense. You've got 1 pick back, so we're looking at a 4-on-4 for the B defense.
Yeah, they managed to bridge the gap so quickly as well. They're up in the face in this post plan in awkward angles. Crossfire in, extra smoke tossed in for good measure just to choke away any Sashi re-emergence. Calyx up on the angle, anticipating a boost maybe coming through. Also watching for the jump across as well around the corner. That would be head high if one of these players tries to get aggressive. HE in is good onto Santaras, but there's not much they can do behind it. Already half that fuse is ticked away, Molotov in. They're just being stymied and choked out slowly. Constricted out of this round are Sashi. So only 2 players bite the dust, but that's more than enough for Eternal Fire to get themselves the winning formula and to secure a 6th. And yeah, man, being humble, even while playing at a top level, is such an underrated element of continuing to improve. As you said, if you think that you don't know everything and you're willing to listen to your IGL, your coach, your peers, your teammates, your friends, then it's going to allow you to just continue to improve. And that's a really awesome story that you just told there about Major and a sort of Wicadia's relationship. Because Major's been around for so long, man. You can learn so much from him. He's a real veteran.
No, that's what I mean. It's someone who's been competing at 1.6. The guy's been around for absolutely forever. And weirdly, the thing is, it feels like he's one of those where he is aged like fine wine, Vince, right? Like, the older he's actually got, the more impressive it seems like the way that he approaches Counter-Strike, the way that this kind of entire team sort of aged really and finally come together at just the right time for the Turkish scene. Super cool storylines. It was dope to just see how much more information we got out of them with the deep run at the Major. It felt like, you know, the most interviews we'd seen them do in a long time. So for any fans of Eternal Fire, there's so much you can learn about this team right now. Definitely worth putting your time in. Have a look over some of the interviews that this team has done. They won't be interviewing for a job at the B site, though, Vince. They want to take it by force, and Queez is denying it. Double damage done with the M4 from the back line. Woxic snipes onto 1, but you're still outnumbered 3v2 then for the B play.
Still plenty of time on the clock, but they're losing players at an alarmingly fast rate. Woxic can't do too much apart from watch his teammates fall around him. He's had a good game so far. 84, make that 9. And he's making this costly. This is going to sting for the CTs, even if they were to get success here. The smoke has been put in, but perfect crosshair placement from Mister will put a fine full stop at the end of this round, and it will be Sashi that will write the next page as they look to try and replenish their purchase. Easy for Eternal Fire to do the same, however, and I don't think Woxic will be able to afford an AWP necessarily unless he's dropped one across from his teammates. Not sure what's on the deck over there. Indeed, he shall. There we have it. Calyx had more than enough funds to facilitate that one. So another solid purchase with a tactical timeout behind it. And what be scary here as well, Jackie, is that like it's the CT side where Eternal Fire typically do their best work on Vertigo. And they've already got themselves a really solid established 6-3 lead.
Yeah, they're in a good position. Feels like Eternal Fire soaring, at least initially. Sashi, just kind of worried if they've cooled off a little bit too much. Yeah, they look really decisive, at least in terms of what we were seeing on Nuke with some of the individual plays. Doesn't feel like it's the same, really. Obviously, a little bit harder CT side Vertigo. That same freedom, those same fights. Iceberg, they're definitely falling off. And the first map, they bypass each other in the smoke. What? Vince, he's able to get his way up through the side towards yellow, while Santares pre-fires through the smoke to hit the other man behind it. They pass each other. You get the pick onto the CT, fight towards the A site, and then you lose the next two fights. We're down to a 3 versus 4 calamity, a collection of weird events towards the A site. Ramp hit initially. And now it's down to this. Double up on side. Oh, this is getting very messy very quickly.
That smoke and Molotov is probably going to put a little bit more sanity underway, and it won't necessarily favour Eternal Fire. In all of the weird shenanigans going on, there was a way that Eternal Fire could catch them in transition away from side. But as soon as the smoke and Molotov were put into place, normal business resumed. Iceberg, he's had a rough game so far, had a chance to become a hero. Instead is thawed out for a Mage's AK. Post-plant will be coming in. Incendiary is going to be way too late to stop this, but the HE will finalize the kill onto Santares. It does give them the advantage in this post-plant, but Woxic, who's been on form, is still alive with Major. And as long as Woxic survives, there is a way in here for Eternal Fire to tighten the noose. Smokes and Molly's fired out. What a shot that is. And now Major can pivot in from the side. Damage inflicted, but not the outright kill. And that may not be good enough for his teammate. Second kill comes in. Woxic needs to land through the smoke. Being fully defused. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Woxic did everything he possibly could. He desperately required Major to get one kill from that position aside, and it didn't happen.
The bubble burst for Eternal Fire, but the grins finally returning for Sashi. They'll be smiling off the back of that one. A response they needed. You had to get a couple more rounds, squeeze a little bit more out of this CT side, and at least finding themselves on 4. It's a whole lot better the way the game was going. Rough though, man. Like you said, Woxic above and beyond with the AWP shots. Just couldn't find the last player through the smoke. Spamming out with the Glock. No joy. No connection. I'm going to get that one. And look at the knock-on effects. Yeah, you got the bomb plant down, but with these rounds now starting to slip by and getting a whole lot more costly in terms of the casualties as well, the actual weaponry they're sporting into the 11th is nowhere near as strong. Santares on the boost though. He's still armed with an AK. 1-for-1 trade, Mister hiding in the mist towards the back of the bomb site. Look at the flashbang from Lucky. The call for the nade there is absolutely perfect.
Hey, Mister just has to stay alive now, and he's worth his weight in gold. And there's a fast flank around the back as well. Cabby has no reason to push around there. He can play interference. He can play for intel. Until he hears players up on the site and someone dies on the site with a post plant coming in, there is no reason for Cabby to show his hand. Because if he dies, they could fast track their way back over onto the A site. It would be an extra weapon traded up for Calyx as well. Cabby just needs to bide his time. And that is the round winning position. A great opportunity for Sashi. Just got a whole lot better. This has had a fantastic round here. Tons of impact, a 4K on top of it. Deserves the ace. And if Calyx continues to push forward, he will be a goner. Cali gets him from behind, but Mister, that was all on you. 12 and 5, leading the charge for Sashi on the comeback trail.
They said they needed a few more rounds, a bit more of a buffer. If you could somehow go 6-6, then suddenly this is a very different storyline. This is split straight down the middle. It makes it harder for Eternal Fire. Obviously, they are moving on to their preferred side. They like to flex their muscles there. But still, considering the way it was shaping up, this is so much better for the Danes. Round 12 it is then, end of the first half. Slight switch up in terms of the positioning. Looking for a very aggressive bombardment down to the ground. You break the smoke with the ricochet from the HE, so they can peek through. And they do find the opening pick. That's another nice name taken out as well. That's Wakardia that you've got to frag onto. But if Santares is still standing, there's still a chance for Eternal Fire.
Oh dear, Quez. He is not going to want to think about that soon. Just memory hole up. That had to be his kill, and I think that's probably going to cost him around as well. He's been good in this series so far. It's not a good time to whiff out. In doing so, Eternal Fire looking good for the 7-5. HG comes down, should finish off. Oh, saying that Santara survives on 7 HP. That's unfortunate for Sam to try and wrap around the back of Caddy. It was a bit telegraphed, a bit too obvious. 7-5 going to be the score as we shift into a quick halftime break.
Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like saying da 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 da. Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing da 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 da
It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down in history. If we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down in history. If we go down in history. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down in history. If we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down in history. If we go down in history. Beautiful life. Beautiful life.
Vertigo, map 2 in a very important best of 3 here to decide which one of these two teams will guarantee themselves a spot in tomorrow's grand final of the Esports World Cup EU closed qualifier. Well, there'll be only one best of 3 away from booking their tickets to the event and competing at the main affair. We are back into it. The second map now live, second half pistol kicking off. Eternal Fire on CT side. Xantares, he's brought out Dez and Troy. He puts them together, Vince, and it should become Destroy. It's the first onto Iceberg. Backs off, playing for the long con.
Big Dez. Straight up top. Looks like they're trying desperately force down the plant. It does give them options, even if they were to lose this round, but also puts the pressure now back on the CTs. However, there is a kit in play, a flash and a smoke. And unless Cabby can get a kill up close to some of these side players, it's not looking good. Oh, the House of Cards, it's not crumbled down, it's just been blown up. A stick of dynamite snuck right under the foundations and it goes up in flames. But because of the post plant, they got options for some Galils, maybe an AK or two to squeak out into this round, and they have some potential banana peels for Eternal Fire. That's at least some of the saving grace. But even in these post plants, I mean, we saw it earlier in Bet Boom, Eternal Fire are so damn good at retaking A, man. Like, even if they're 3v2, couple players injured, no flashes or smoke, they still somehow were getting it done time after time.
Man, bro. Nice round for them. And it's a whole lot better. The pistol economy was not going their way today. Losing so many pistol rounds. So bodes better that they're actually starting to show up on the pistols as well. Need to win them all though cleanly. Major. Back to the bomb site. Trying to play around the box. He falls to Cabby. And Calyx trades with the MP7. This is a 3 versus 2 with very low health bars across the board. Like, no one's in a great spot here. Xantares was on an off angle. Now backs off round towards the elevators. And tries to slow it down. I mean, Bomb on the back of Lucky. They have a lot of time, Vince. It's not necessarily the best round of the position they found themselves in, but you don't have to throw this one away. You can cut noise, back off. He's going to link up with his teammate in Cabby towards the B side. And it seems like gamble on the late play towards the B side here. Could still work for Sashi to at least get a bomb plant.
Yeah, post plant would afford them some more options going forward. You know, at this point, it's about trying to facilitate as many potential ways of carving a path back into this as possible. They're going for the boost. Cabby's going to have a quick trajectory towards the site here as well. But it's Lucky that has the bomb. And Calyx is making a move around the back. And this should be the nuts play. This should be the round tucked neatly away. And there's the bomb. It's been denied. Calyx just has to stay alive. 20 seconds. Cabby is forced into position. He's going to go for that post plant and should get it as well. He's planted right in the middle where he had the most cover. He's going to die almost guaranteed in the next few moments, whether it's Calyx, Wicadia, or Xantares. Doesn't really matter. The end result is the same. But another post plant does give them some opportunities and some options to play with. The problem is, though, Jackie, that at some point, getting a post plant is not going to be enough. At some point, you're going to have to start getting some wins.
Yeah, it's only so far to get on the bomb, get on the site. Like you say, you need to actually convert those into the real commodity, which is round wins, those numbers above your name, giving you some momentum, something to fight for. Round 15 then, Eternal Fire dangerously close to what could very well be a potential 2-0 in the series. If they're able to pick this one up in the upset on Nuke. Xantares laboured spray, but still connects. Iceberg goes down, shattered. Will be shaved. Wicadia with 2 as well, but it's a quick trade back at least. The problem is, Woxic's still here. Behind the edge of the smoke. Back turn on a walkout. Oh dear, oh dear. It's all on Mr. with a Galil. Vastly outnumbered. They're licking their lips at the idea of this 10th round, and it will be the chatterbox to guarantee it.
Always the problem that you potentially walk into, man. It's like you've got these post plants back to back and you're thinking, okay, they've got options, they've got opportunities, and now you've just been straight up smashed and there's not really anything in reserve. There's nothing surplus available. Your T side has looked a little bit flat so far. You've got an AK in the hands of Quez. That's all well and good, but it's just pistols alongside him. Eternal Fire going from strength to strength and really locking this one down. Normally when you see a purchase like this, you're thinking it's going to be a rough fast play, but they've had no success with that. We've seen them push up ramp already a couple of times, and they've just been slapped away, and it's the same result here again. Major this time over on the B side is laying down the law, and it's Quez with that AK that's taken down first. Now, fortunately, everyone has armor, so aim punch won't be a problem, but the lack of head armors may very well be the case. The A1S, the Galil, is going to pop like a watermelon if a bullet lands anywhere towards the head of any player. And Major double smoke spray. Insult to injury, salt straight into the wounds.
Oh, mate. Major's just absolutely ruined their day. Oh, iceberg! Felt like one of those where you're going to get punished. The instant taps with the Tech 9. He will still be alive, but probably not for too long on this one. And the minute his body hits the ground cold, that'll be Eternal Fire with 11 locked in. And Calyx confirms it off the Galil, gets the upgrade back to his fallen comrades M4, and can bring that into the next round. Sashi do have money to spend though. Finally, they can open up the backpacks, pull out the AKs, and go back into this one with a fairly effective buy. What they don't have though, Vince, is time. They don't have rounds, and they don't have any room for mistakes. This has to be a very different T-side Vertigo now from Sashi. You've got to come out swinging and win these rounds cleanly. Any losses here, and you're basically guaranteeing this should be a 2-0 for Eternal Fire. If they win one round, they're going to be on match point. And it's all about the inevitable, an overtime or bust at that position. Woxic waiting for the peek out mid. Does he expect the boost? Tried to react, Vince, but slightly too slow for the tag.
Yeah, at least there was no forthcoming push, though, to punish him. So he can throw a Molotov down and relocate back onto the CT side. We're up on window. They have got the opening pick, though. And this is one of the first times that we've seen Sashi actually have some success on the T side. It may be a small amount of success, but it's something they can build on. Now Molotov. And HE tossed into the sandbags, and Tara's in all kinds of trouble. Molly's down, Flash is there to try and afford him safe passage back to the site, but there's no escape. There's no way for him to survive from that confrontation. And although a bit of damage has been chipped away on Sashi, they have a golden opportunity to extend to a 6th round. But they still have multiple threats to contend with. This has to be a Sashi round, though. They lose this, it's basically over for them.
Animal backed into a corner. That's where it becomes its most ferocious. And that's where we're going to see a similar sort of trend occur. Nice initial retake utility with a double HE. Problem is that isn't going to net you the kill you were hoping for, or the delay towards the plant. So they will give it up. You're allowed to, and you certainly can in this position. For Eternal Fire, it's not worth running the risk of going for this round just to grab a 6th. And throwing away all of their weaponry, everything invested into. 3 players safe, they can buy up comfortably in the next round and willingly contest from that point. So Sashi at least weather the storm here for one more and starve off that match point. Problem is though, it's up to Eternal Fire to hold on to those weapons. And the round isn't over just yet. I was thinking Cabby was going to go in for the hunt towards B. Timeline there, he could have found the player towards the window by Guardian, but no success on that one, Vince. 11-6 is the result off the back of the round. Eternal Fire still in a great position, of course. As they do carry those weapons over, they can buy straight back into it and basically have a full buy to play with.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of, they were taking that $600 investment just to see what would happen. You know, that double grenade tossed in. If they got a kill or even 2 kills from that position, and it's okay, game's on. We can go for that retake. As soon as there was nothing that showed itself in the kill feed, that was the save call right there, and then that was the end of the round. It does allow them the luxury of a buy, as we mentioned. Already, a lot of utility tossed in early on both sides of the coin. Still just a little in the hands of Quez. Woxic had a really solid performance here, you know. Been a little bit critical of some of his performances as of late, but this is a great one for him. Calyx with an even trade back and forth, doing a bit of damage onto that second player. But it does mean that mid now a little bit sketchy. They're going to send off one of those B rotational players over onto mid to deal with it, and that effectively leaves Major by himself. But Santara's going to alleviate some of the pressure. Dices himself one of his own, and Iceberg's woes continue. 7 kills, not really had as much impact as he did in the previous round. Or the previous map, I should say.
Major, he wanted to go for the boost over the top of the box, but instead it's the misstep. Didn't quite jump on the edge there to get up, so it plays the audio cue. Luckily, it works in their favor, causing a cascade of Sashi players to run in and one by one get shot straight in the face. And all of this attention, the tunnel vision from Lucky, means that he doesn't realize he's being hunted from the back. Blood in the water, and the shark of Wakadia will snap down his jaws to grab the 12th round. Series point now achieved, Vince. One more, and they book those tickets to the grand finals tomorrow, meaning they only have to play one BO3 to potentially get their spot at the Esports World Cup.
Sure, it would be a very happy occasion for the Turkish CS fans out there watching Eternal Fire. Proud to watch them through the major, proud to watch them potentially lock in their position at the Esports World Cup. And he's seeing a bit of a gulf in the team between these two teams, and why we expected this to be a win for Eternal Fire, why we're discussing Sashi with the heavy underdogs, because Eternal Fire are just a level above. Mechanically, experience in all different facets, Eternal Fire are head and shoulders above their counterparts here. And that's no disrespect to Sashi. They made a real good go of it in the first map. Didn't quite work out for them. And now in this 4-on-3, the curtain's coming down.
At this point, it feels like it's all over, but the crying... Oh, mister. He's trying to make a move. Walking around the smoke. Problem is, his days are still numbered. The backstab from Wakadia is the play that should be able to clothesline him and take him out the second that smoke fades. He expected it, but Crouch peeks in. Good reaction from the AK. Mister will not miss that one. Zantares, however, claps back, and it's a 1v2. Eternal Fire looking for 13, and who else but Zantares to take them there, as they will win it, Vince, and book their tickets to the grand final tomorrow, in which they'll be one game away from having their ticket stamped to go to the main event.
Yeah, now they also have the luxury of watching that lower bracket finals as well to see who they'll be playing up against. I believe the BetBoom Cloud9 game is still ongoing right now as we're speaking, so they'll have to wait and find out. But very impressive performance from Eternal Fire. I think what we've seen ultimately is sort of what we expected after that first map, and they bounced back and won 13-4 on the second map of Vertigo earlier, that they were going to start slow, and as the day progressed, they were just going to warm up over and over and over again. And that's kind of what we saw here. Wakadia consistently really solid, but Woxic, I've got to give him praise. He was great on this Vertigo. He was not missing shots. His AWP was on point. His rifles were on point. This is the Woxic I love to watch.
Yeah, no, that was really fun to watch, man. You think about sort of, you know, the attempt 1v4 with the AWP, some of the shots that he was hitting, some big plays, definitely looks a lot better. And I think we even kind of summed that up as well. We were thinking, like, you know, this is definitely potential for him to pop off and have a really good run of it today in terms of the map veto that we had available going into that one, Vince. So good to see him deliver. This is the bracket overall, though, of course. This is how things have shaped up over the course of the day today. 2 BO3s played out, both of them being 2-1 wins in the initial semi-finals, with Cloud9 knocked down into the lower bracket and BetBoom joining them. That battle still rages on. Having a quick look now, it seems like Nuke was the first map, 13-4 in favor of BetBoom. Anubis was map 2, and that's a 13-9 taken by Cloud9, Vince. Ancient Decider on the last one there.
A map that both teams play a lot of as well, by the way. Obviously, Cloud9 with Alpha in that team, as you just highlighted before. Interestingly, Alpha and MagnoJez, previously in Team Spirit Academy, now playing against each other. So a bit of a rivalry match there between two young Russian players with potentially very bright futures ahead of them. Cloud9 are in a bit of a weird spot right now, though, Jackie. I don't know about you, but I was really surprised when I heard that change with Electronic moving out. I didn't see that one coming. I thought Mia might get replaced in VP, but I did not think Electronic was going to be the man for the job.
No, it did feel odd that you know, they were able to actually sort of just pluck him out and take him at such a critical time as well, right? Like EPL's a few days away. This was just starting with the qualifiers to Esports World Cup. So much going on, and they kind of just went, yeah, we're going to take him right now. So Cloud9 forced to sort of piece together what they can and figure out how to survive. That's a hard one as well. And remember, we haven't actually seen them on the main stream here, of course, of the games we covered today. We had the 2 back-to-back Eternal Fire games. But there's a timeline where we might not even see Cloud9 on our screens, Vince, all things considered, which is crazy when they were one of the direct invited teams as well. And this is a very sort of close qualifier. A lot of organizations would have wanted to make it directly to close with how much of a gauntlet it was through open as well. So pretty insane stuff. We'll see how that goes on. That'll be ticking on in the background, of course. And then there is still so many more games to go tomorrow. Another 2 best of 3s, continuing on the story of the lower bracket, seeing which team Sashi will take on, and then finally our grand final in the evening tomorrow. 1 team out of the remaining 3 will make it. And that's what we're looking for, Vince. Those are the answers we're going to have finally given to us by the end of tomorrow. For now, we're done and dusted, though. I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast here from Esports World Cup. Thanks so much to the amazing team behind the scenes, running it, the production, of course, that make it all possible and make me and Vince look like we know what we're talking about when we're sat here just waffling. But we will see you guys tomorrow for some more Counter-Strike action back on your screens for the EU Closed Qualifier for the Esports World Cup 2024.
Work, work, work it